is the metaverse going to essentially be the next big Bitcoin? We all said we wish we bought in on Bitcoin back in 2010.
Alrighty there. Can you all hear me? I'm just sitting up right now, watching a few stocks till we get going. Okay, I see the chart had stopped. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. I got a few things I want to go over. A couple of things I want to talk about. How to be a consistent trader. Today, there's a lot going on. And being that there's a lot going on, we all run the risk of losing money. And that's something we have to deal with. We love when we make money, but we all take a risk of losing money. And nobody likes to lose. So how do we learn how to be a consistent trader? That's one of the things I'm going to go over in a few minutes and talk to you about. I have it's really, really good. I don't know if you can see this. It's a couple of pages that I printed off from the professor. One of the speakers that'll be at the seminar. Let's see. Okay, why isn't it giving me live? Let's see what's going on here. Can you all hear me? If this is not right, what I'm seeing is not right. Okay, let's stop the stream. Stop it for a second. Let's go live again. See what happens. Okay. That looks better. Okay, can you see this when I hold this up? I want to see if it comes up in the live stream. I'm not seeing myself. There it is. Okay, so it can be seen. What that is the fourth edition to How to Be a Consistent Trader. And a friend of mine, you all know, Adrian for Music, actually purchased the book, got a signed edition from the professor. Me personally, I'm not into signed things because it's of the world. And it's not that important. But there's a few things in here I'm going to read. All right, I'm going to go over. And any questions that you guys have about quotes, how you can be free. You can live and work anywhere in the world. You can be independent of routine and not answer to anybody. I believe in analysis, not in forecasting. So, you know what, when I started, I'll talk for myself, when I started trading 4 years ago, day trading, one of the things that I talked about and learned was how to use technicals and fundamentals. And a lot of that's gone out the door because certain things are being, pushed by Reddit and Wall Street bettors. And we're just fortunate enough if sometimes we can catch the wave and make some money. But all too many times, new traders lose money. Why? Because of one very important factor, and that's called timing. Deck, myself, AK-47, Living Like Matt, any of us can teach you how to trade, but the one thing that we can't teach you is timing. Timing is something you have to experience for yourself. It's something that when you're trading and your emotions are involved, you're involved, there's a lot of components that go into trading. It's not just, I got my hand on the mouse, I'm going to pull the trigger, pull the button, whatever you want to call it. I'm also watching SOUN right now, which is an IPO. That's what's on the board right now. If there was a good price to get into this right now, probably would have been around 1630, 1640, maybe 1650 right there at the VWAP. And it's tempting because it looks like it will go back up again. But you can see, if you look at this time right now, I'm just going to get off that thing for a second and go about the stock. If you look right now, and if you look at the time at right about there at 11:18, it would have been a great short. And you can see how it dropped, and you got 200,000, 200,000, 300,000. I'm just rounding them off. So that's 2, 4, and 3 is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14. So you get about 1.4 million shares was traded down. And it's somebody who has a lot of money can actually manipulate this stock and make it move. So that means, see how slow, if you look at the time in sales, and if you watch the time in sales, you see how it's moving? I can watch everything that's going on. 1,300, 1,000. I can see when people are buying, and I know when it's me or it's somebody else. Okay? If I went in here right now and I did a buy, and I have 500 shares up here, I'm going to see that appear in here. Well, they can see that too. And depending on how many shares, a lot of times it'll start to go up, and then all of a sudden you jump in and it drops 20 cents. Why? Because they figure that a lot of traders, what they do is they put in a stop loss, and then when they see that, they can drop it. They know approximately how many shares they can drop it for a split second and then buy it back. But when they do that, what it does is it stops you out. Okay, it's a tick stop, and they can watch that. Now, yesterday, Matt, I don't know if some of you have been listening to Living Like Matt, he was talking about a function button, okay, a box, all right, that sits in front of your thing, and you sits in front of your table or whatever, and you have it all programmed. They make them with 14, 16, 18, 24 buttons, and you can do it right now. And if you're in a particular stock, that box is connected, you just push a button, and what it does is it'll sell 10,000 shares. And then you hit the next button and it buys 10,000 shares. So you can go button, button, and when you do that, everybody gets wiped out. And what they do is they collect your money. Because remember, in order for someone to win, someone has to lose. So how do we prevent that from being you? Now, I teach you something called hope. Hope is not a strategy, okay? I don't know if you remember me saying that. I just want to do one thing on the other side. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm going to open this one more time on the other side. This way I can flip things in there. Okay, open this up. There we go. Make sure the volume's off. On. Flip things in there. Sorry. Okay. Now, if I tell you all the time that hope is not a strategy. All right, so I put hope. Hope is not a strategy. What does that mean? Hope is not a strategy. We must always have a plan. And here's the plan. If we're watching a stock like this, okay, and we jump in with 500, 1,000, 2,000 shares, how do we not get stopped out? All right. First of all, you have to try to put yourself under the radar. All right. And what you have to do is you have to buy in slowly. All right. So instead of buying in big numbers, watch the board. See what's going down. Look at the type of shares that are being traded. And when I say that, you can see I saw 375, 249. Some of those are from limit orders, and that's the way they place them in there. Some of them are direct orders, and they'll be in certain denominations, and they know that it's theirs. If you put in an order, they'll know it's yours. They can come back for a split second and take your money. All right? So to alleviate that, you have to feel the stock. You can see the stock. It consolidated for a while. Okay? Let's bring it in a little bit more for a second. Okay, you can see the stock didn't stand still. It was good. You can make money in a stock like this. All right, you see how it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down, and those are those times when they push out and they'll sell a certain amount, but they're buying back almost in split seconds after. They sell 10,000, they buy 10,000. All right, and vice versa. All right, and what they do, what you have to do is you got to be careful, but you have to know the stock. So when you watch a stock like this, you see that it hit it like a high here of $18. We can see that each time it tipped, 1774. You can see here, 1810. So we know there's total resistance at about $18. All right, there's resistance there, and this is planned resistance by them because they know if they buy 100,000 shares, it might bring it to 1825. They know if they go 200,000, whatever it is, they know they can manipulate the price, but they don't want to fluctuate it too fast. And sometimes you'll see a stock like this get very jumpy. All right. So right now, you know, if you buy into the stock, right now it's consolidating. It's in a channel here, so it's in a channel from around 1690 to 1665, and they can bounce you in and out. But to prevent that, you have to not have a stop loss. And you know what? That's very risky business. But if you look at the chart here, okay, and if you go from, here's one bottom where you can see they did probably sell off too many shares, and it was probably bought back in the next one, all right? But if we take this from about here, because that's probably about a real number here, and we make a line to about there when it hit the bottom, all right? Right about there. All right, we can use that as a support, all right? We know our support is about $16 and what do we got? $16.20, $16.25, and that would be our support at this point. It might even be a little higher right now, because if you see the support here, from here to here, all right, that's about $16.50. Let's say $16.50. So you have a bottom support and you have a regular support. I don't really like the line. Let me take that off. Move the drawing, but you can see it. All right, you have a support right about there. Actually, it might be a little higher. So it's going up as the resistance goes up. But right now, we're not really creating higher lows. If you can see, we're creating lower lows. So you got to be careful right now. It doesn't mean the stock won't come back up. So this is a waiting game. If you got in right now at 16.50, 16.60, you would have been taking some profit around 16.90. And you would have gotten out, and you wait till it comes back down. But if you get in a stock like this and it just drops real quick, if you don't have a stop loss, you're going to have to wait. You're going to have good nerves of steel, because they're trying to push you out. Sometimes you'll even see it go a little further down. They know you're in there, but they haven't seen it knocked out. They can watch that stuff. And just be aware, you're a new trader, I'm a newer trader, and most traders are not even aware that this is happening. But you need to be aware of this, okay? It doesn't mean you have to be afraid to trade. It means that you have to be aware and make the situation as best for yourself as you can. This is not the type of strategies I hear DEC or AK-47 teaching. I've never heard anybody else say this, but this is from my observation of watching and watching and watching, and sometimes not getting in stocks. Hold on 1 second, please. Not taking that. Okay, so we have any questions on that? Anybody else feel the same? You ever feel like when you get into a stock, it's like it goes down and you say, I don't understand it. What, are they watching me? Well, sometimes they are. They're not just watching you specifically, but they're watching the motion of the board. And if you look at the stock right now, it's not really racing. It's going up, it's going down. There's more down than up. You see all the sales, the dark ones in here? Okay? And that's why I put time and sales in my charts, and I teach you it's so important. So if right now it was sale, 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 do you want to be red? You want to get in. You see? If you can get in, you want to try to get in the middle of this action and try to keep it on the same type of shares that you're seeing, because that way you'll blend in and they won't know it's you, because that's what they're doing. They can pick up 10 people, 15 people doing 500 to 1,000 shares. So think about it. You know, you multiply that by X amount of change, they're swooping up a lot of money. So remember, in order for someone to make money, someone has to lose money. And that's why I'm actually thinking about something else. And I'm going to show you a page that you can all go to. It's free. What did I do with it? Just give me 1 second. But 1 second. Oh, it's not in here. What did I do with it? I thought I put it in here. All right. Let me go back for a second. It might be in my other computer. There it is. Okay. Here we go. This is a page for those of you who are interested on learning about options. Let's see, I don't know what you're, there it is. Okay. All right, so you can see this is something that's free. This is in the back of Thinkorswim. The way you would get there is, just give me 1 second. It's under education. So if you look at the top where it says monitor, trade, analyze, scan, market watch, charts, education. If you go to the education page, you can go down below and then you can find, let's see, getting started, all videos. So you go to all videos in here. I think it's in the videos. Other option strategies. Let's see where it is. I don't know how I got there. Let me just think for a second. I saved the page, so I don't always remember. I fool around at nighttime and I try to find different ways to make and learn more, okay? There's a whole come on, maybe somebody else here knows. Getting started. Let's see. If I go in here. Okay, so go into the videos. Left monitor, analyze, single. Here it is. New features, single options. So you can go in through here, and there's different areas on learning about, and there's videos on options. Also, I'm not interested in futures. We know about stocks, single options, closing a single option, customizing. It'll teach you how to read them, how do you know what the price of an option is, the pull down pages, what a strike price is. I can't give you a total lesson on that today, but I'm just telling you that it might be an option for you, that a lot of traders who have had a lot hard troubles with the markets going long, a lot of traders have gone to Trade Zero and Lightspeed and are now doing shorting, okay? But a lot of us can't afford the stocks that these traders trade that we know. A lot of us don't have that size accounts. So you must have a margin account for this. You can't use a cash account. You can actually go in and let me just see something real quick. Thinking trade how to do's. Let me go back here. I want to go back and start again. Learning Center Education. I'm trying to find the exact page because there's some great topics in here on how to learn. There it is. Okay, so I went to here it is. So it's education, and then it says options. And then you can go down how to place a single leg option, 3 ways to use options, and you can go through these videos one at a time. And you actually gain points. You see these points here? Let me tell you what that does for you. Later on, when you need something from Think or Swim, they will say, like, I want to raise my margin level, or I want to be able to even trade options. They'll look and they'll say, okay, you're a small trader. We know because we've done your credit reports. We've looked at your account. We see the way you trade right now. But then they're going to see these points. And the more videos you watch in different areas, once you watch a video from, this one's 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. But the more you watch, not only the smarter you get, but the more points that you get. And you can see down here, they go on for pages and pages, okay? I watched the Iron Condor strategy. I can't even tell you what I was watching the other day. But I watched it. It's not something that I'm going to do. It talks about employee volatility. I've watched most of them right up to about here, all right, on this page. There's a lot to learn, and some of them you may have to watch them over and over. But learning options, you can learn, and strategies that you never knew before existed, and you can learn how to use leverage. So you can actually trade a stock like Tesla, where ordinarily you couldn't even afford, let's say, 5 shares. Because $1,000 a share, 5 shares would cost you $5,000. And how much you're going to make on 5 shares? But what if I told you could buy 100 shares for about $2,500? And then you could have the leverage to do that and control 100 shares. So if Tesla goes up $30, you get now. And you're going to make some real money because you're now doing it on 100 shares. And it's not just $30, okay? It's not if it goes up $30, you make $30. Now you have 100 shares times $30 is $3,000. But on the other hand, can I lose? Absolutely. And there's a couple of ways to go back and forth with that. You can actually... hold on 1 second. I was trying to show you something. I lost the page here. I'm looking at it in a different monitor, but this is exactly what it brings you to. Was here. So you can open these up and you'll see there's options basics for watching different videos. And when you watch all those videos, all right, let me just close out of here. This is not giving me what I want. 1, 2, okay. I can't get it here because I have to be in a different page that doesn't show on here. But you have to go onto the top of your page and go to education, and that's going to bring you to a page with all these different videos that I'm talking about. All right. There's also different ways there's premiums. You pay a premium for that. And as long as the stock goes in the direction you want, you'll make money. Well, what if it goes the other direction? The maximum you can lose is the premium that you put up. So yes, you can lose $1,000 or $2,000, but there's also ways to buy what's called straddles, and you can buy them at the same time. But we'll go over that more as time goes on. All right, I just want to talk a little bit about options today because it's something that you should keep open as an option in your mind for those of you that say, I can't afford to trade the stocks that these people are trading. How can I do that? I'd like to buy Tesla. I would like to make that kind of money, but how do I do it? And that's how a lot of people are doing it today. Is what they're doing is they're buying options, and they're able to control a lot for a little amount of money. And again, you do have to have a margin account. You cannot do that with a cash account. And I don't know what the minimum is in TD Ameritrade. It could be 5,000, could be 2,000. I don't know. Somebody here might know the answer to that. Anyway, I didn't want to get too crazy about stocks today, and I want to go over some of the stocks. I actually lost this morning. I actually ran after a couple of stocks. I had a good day yesterday. I'm actually working more on a strategy to learn how to be more consistent in my trading. I'm aware that some of the things that I do, and I prove it to myself over and over, that if I do certain things, I'm going to lose. Like this morning, okay, when the bell opened up, everybody voted on SNOA. So I went for it, okay? I figured right on the spot. I should have waited a few seconds, but I went after it. It went up a little. I was up a little. It went down a little, and it went down a little more. So I bought even more, okay? And it came up, and then I got out, and I was real close to like $10, $20 loss. Then it really dropped. We all saw Sanoa drop heavy this morning. And I ended up losing $280. And it's okay. You know what? I lost less today than I made yesterday. And that's the way it is. And I don't care how good of a trader you are. But I learned something, and I even woke up this morning saying, you know what? We got Fed's meetings today and tomorrow. What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to trade today. Why? Because the meetings are too irregular for me. The stock trading is too irregular and too volatile. And when you trade like that, what happens? You have a greater risk of losing, and that's exactly what happened. And then I went into Vaxi, and I actually made $10, and it started to go the other way, and I got out quick, and it really dumped. And that's what's been happening all day. If you've been watching these stocks, they're going up, 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 and then down, down, down. All right? So you have to be careful today. I don't know how many of you got caught up this morning. Yeah, you too, and you lost. Okay? And it's okay. Don't beat yourself up, and don't chase it. I stopped. Listen, I'm down 200 and, let's see. Actually, I'm down 350 today. I made more than that yesterday, but I'm down. You know, it only takes one good trade to get that back. You know, that happened the other day when we were trading here last week, and I lost. I lost, and then I got back right from the front of the room. I was down 70, and I ended with 450. You know what? So sometimes you just have to take a step back. You got to be patient, and you have to wait for that right trade. And you know what? Most of the time, I find that when I lose, it's because I'm impulsive or I chase. I didn't really chase, but I was within the stock today that I did chase it by downsizing. Okay, and what I mean by that, I mean cost averaging. What I mean by that is when the stock dropped, I figured it's going to come back, so I cost averaged down to give me a better position, and I figured even if it came up a little, then I get rid of half the position, and that's what I did. But then it dropped so hard, I still got caught. And it got me for about 280, where on the other two with HOUR, it got me for less than $100, and the other one I made 10 and I lost 280. That was more than I wanted to risk, and that was because I cost averaged down, and when I finally got back to where I was, it was dropping too fast, and I couldn't get out of it fast enough. So that was unfortunate. You know what? And you know what? I'm a big boy today, so I don't worry. You know, I don't get those pangs in my chest that, oh my God, I lost on this stock. I can't believe I did this. And you know, my account is very stable. It's in a good position. I'm not in PDT, thank God. And if I was, I could always tip it up to get back to another position. And I've done that before. Hold on one second, please. Okay, about halfway done with this morning's coffee. It's getting lukewarm. I need a new rubber seal for my coffee pot, my coffee cup. Okay, makes me nuts when I do that. You know, T-Farm, we all go through it. I don't care how good. Listen, Deck, I've watched Deck win. And then I've watched him lose. He's actually taken a step back. He had a great last year. He did $553,000. He is by far not the best trader in this room, but for his own style and what he does and all the work he does in the background, he's an incredible guy. He's an incredible trader. He knows how to trade. But this year, last month, he took some losses. He lost for the month, okay? He got caught up, and I watched him, and he chased. And he didn't reduce his risk. And if he had reduced his risk and gotten out quickly, then in the long run he wouldn't have lost as much. And I watched him take a step back. And I'm also sure that because of the amount of money, he had to pay some taxes, and he pulls it out of his accounts. I don't know why he always pulls them out or closes accounts. I don't know why he does sometimes what he does. But Deck, I don't know what he's thinking. Do you know what God's thinking? I don't. I don't know what Deck's thinking either. But see, right now, I thought about getting into SOUN, and as you look at the stock now, it came down, you see what it did? So figure it, when it came down, it consolidated, we all close to lunch, that it would come back. And I still think it'll come back, because SOUN, I believe, is that's the new IPO. So if you go into the stock itself, which I'm doing on another computer, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's a 4-day-old IPO. So this is a gambler. I like IPOs, especially when they come out. I love to jump in and get in for 4, 5, 6 seconds, make some really quick money. One of the last ones, I think a couple weeks ago, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, I made $897. And I jumped out and it still went up another, 75 cents. With 500 shares, I would have made another $300, whatever it is. You can make money on these things, but you can lose just as fast, and you've got to be careful. It's not even the kind of thing that you're going to be able to put a stop loss in. It's a mental stop loss, and you got to see what's going to happen with that. You got to time it. It's a matter of timing. And again, like I said, timing is one of the few things that you cannot teach people. I can show you this is where you need to get in. I mean, if you go back and you look at the TTM scalper, okay, a lot of you, I spoke to you about that. If you don't have it, you go up here. Okay, and that's your equities, edit, studies, and strategies. You go in here and you just type in TTM, and you'll see the word scalper alert. All you do is you click on it, you add it, and it'll come over here right on this section here, TTM scalper. Okay, that's simple. Just put it in. You don't like it, take it out. But what it does is it puts in these directional arrows. Okay, and I'm going over this again because I've had a few people Friday and Monday yesterday asked me if I would, so I am. And you know what? Never hurts to go over something more. All you can do is learn it a little better. Or get bored with me. That's your choice. Anyway, you can see here, these arrows, okay, tell you that the stock is going to go up. Did it? Absolutely. This arrow tells you it's going to go down. And did it? Absolutely. So if you follow the arrows, sometimes they're short in between. So from right here, if you jumped in about here, you would have gotten it about $16.85. If you could have shorted it, you could have made about 40 cents, 30, 40 cents, 500 shares, $120 quick money, okay? And go up, go down, and you can see right now it's telling you it's going to go up. The problem is the arrow doesn't come till about the second candlestick. And that's fine, because the way I learned to buy is this here. You see, this is shorting or getting out of a stock. When the people get out of their shorts, they have to close their position. The way you close a short, for those of you who don't short, is you have to buy the stock back. Okay? When you purchase or borrow shares to short, you're selling the item because you don't have it. And that's how you borrow it. Then when you sell it, what happens is you'll get the first green. That's why you never jump in on the first green, because if you did that, let's take it over here. Let's go back to about 10:57, where the shorts came down, went to the first green, and what happened? It went down even further. And that happens. And that's why you have to wait to the second green and make sure that the second green is slightly above the first green. Right here, you could have jumped in at 16.25, and it went up as far as 16.40. So you really would have made a lot, and right now, it's still not done. We don't know if it's going to continue right now or it's going to pull back. So at this point, if you wanted to make quick 15 cents, and that's 500 shares, what do you got? $75. 75 here, you do that 10 times a day, you got $700. So you don't have to make a lot to end up with enough to say, hey, I had a great day, but I really did have to work for it. Okay? So what we try to do here is not only work hard, we want to learn how to work smart. And how do we do that? One, we have to know a few things. We have to know, does this stock give back a lot once it goes up for certain reasons, okay? We're looking at a stock right now that has no reason to go up other than it's a new IPO. And IPOs are stocks that traders like to control up and down, because they know a lot of traders don't know how to buy IPOs, and they're going to lose their money, and they're going to take it. Your opportunity here, okay, is to say, I know this is a form of gambling, but sometimes I like to take a gamble. How can I put that gamble into my advantage? Okay, that comes from experience. All right, and you have to watch the algorithms of a stock. You know, when we started in the beginning of the day here, I'm going to flash back a little bit. I went too fast, and you can see when it first opened, they were already playing with the stock, moving it up, moving it down, moving it up, and you see what happened at the opening of the bell? It went down. And a lot of people said, oh, that's it. Look at that. Now we're at $15.47. Now, can you imagine if you bought 1,000 shares at $15.47 and then it went back down to here? That's more than $1. You would have been shitting in your pants saying, I just lost $1,000 plus, and you jump out and they grab your money. But what if you had waited? What if you had waited? Look at what happens here. And it goes all the ways, and there's your spike right there. 17.22. So if you had just held on, how many times has somebody in here said, I can't believe I got out of this stock. I can't believe it. All I had to do was be patient. Okay? And what do I always say? It's something that somebody else has always said. And I'm going to put it on the board again. Let me use the other one. Give me 1 second. Okay. I hope I'm putting it on the right board. I could be in another room. I'm watching a few rooms at one time. Let's see. And I got it. Okay. I love this statement because it makes a lot of sense. I think I'm in my room. Let me see. Oh no. I just put this in Deck's room. Wrong room. I took it out. It's okay. I should have left it there. Here I go. I'm back in my room. So right now I'm going to put this here and I'm going to put in Warren. That's so funny. I knew I was going to put it in the wrong room. I should have seen that when I saw the board. And I'm going to put that in there. So you can see that on the... that's why I like to have a second computer open, because I'm much faster on my right computer. And I can also watch different rooms. So you can see here, if you open this up, it says that the stock market is a device for transferring money from the impatient to the patient. And we all know how rich Warren Buffett is. Okay, so the fact is, if you had just been patient, all right, if you had just been patient with that stock here, when it dropped even further and you held, you would have reaped what you were looking for to start with, okay? And you might have jumped out here. And even if you jumped out here, you still would have been at least maybe close to breaking even. You see where it came back? But you don't know. Stocks don't go straight up unless somebody wants it to go straight up, like right here. And then you can see when it dropped quick. And how many shares? That was 471,000. Look at the volume. 471,000 just on that one. So it's safe to say that was about 450,000 shares, just one person. Boom. Very quickly, they got out. A couple of people jumped in with them. So you got to be careful. And remember what I always teach you. The size of the candlestick has nothing to do with the amount of shares being traded. You can find small candlesticks there. There's 200,000. There's 120. There's 140. Sometimes you'll find a real small one, 130, and it's got a lot of shares traded. Right? Then you'll find a bigger one like that. It only has 37. So what it has to do is with the opening, which is right there, of 1620, and how it jumped up to 1757. So it's the opening and the closing prices is the top and the bottom. You all know about dojis, right? You see these tails, these upper shadows here that we talk about? All right. Some of them is just from an overflash buy. You don't know when it's a mistake, but most of these here mean that the stock is going to reverse and come back. And when you have a stock that has an upper and a lower shadow, it's a 50-50 on whether it's going to go up or come back down. And here you can see there were so many shadows. Well, that means that there's a lot of resistance in that stock at that time. And what's happening is it keeps trying. They're like whammies, whammy, 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 and they don't happen. And then all of a sudden the stock drops back down. And then, of course, we know, if you can get in right around there, if you had a low, if you were smart, and you said, okay, I can see the stock keeps going back to 1627, I'm going to put in a buy at about 1575, 1585, and see what happens. And sometimes you might connect, and you might catch it, and instantly it's going to pop right up, and you're going to be in profit. And that is smart trading and smart buying, okay? And Deck is one of those people who has taught us how to do that. A lot of times when you're in halts. So how do I get into that halt? I know it's going to go up, but I want to get in. So if you know it's going to go up, then what you're going to do, let's say the stock is at $5.50. Let's say it's at $5.25. when it halted. Okay, it went from 450 to 525, and boom, the thing halted. But I believe the stock's going to go to 675. So I put in a limit order high up, about 595. It doesn't mean when it's open that I'm going to get filled at 595. What it means is I'm going to get filled at the lowest price that's available. So it could be 535, 545, 537. It's going to bring me down, and it's going to guarantee that I get in. Hopefully. Sometimes they open up $1 more and you don't get in at all. It happens. But that's how you can better your chances. And the same thing when you're shorting, you just do the opposite. Okay? So if you were shorting a stock and it halted and it was going down, you put in a limit order to short, to sell at a much lower price. You know what? So if the stock was dropping from, let's say it went from 525, 550 down to 475 and it halted, you might put a limit order to sell at $4. So when it opens up from the halt going down, you'll get that way. So remember, it's just the opposite. For those of you that have margin accounts and do shorting. Does this make sense? I know I'm all over the place and I'm going over a lot of different things because you got a lot of things you need to learn. We all do, you know. So being that today, and if I go back to the other chart right now, I don't think I put that in there for you. Okay, give me a second. Okay, that's my chart there. I'm in the wrong place. What am I doing? That's your chart. Okay, in OBS. Just give me a second. I'm trying to find my other chart. Oh, I know. I got it here. Okay, 6 and 1. Now, you know, a lot of you, you know, when I watch stocks, I don't change stocks from my other one. What I do is I have what's called a 6 and 1. All right, and let me see if I can get that in there right. Not always easy. Okay, so I know it's all messed up here because the size where I brought it from. I'd have to bring it down and size it up a little. So let's go here. But meanwhile, I don't like that at all. Let's go back. I hate that. I got to get another monitor that gives me a higher definition. Okay. This is time and sales, and this is a limit order button. But what this tells me here, I can see real quick. I can look at the stocks that I was watching, and I got ENVX. What I was trying to do is see if I could bring this down. It's not working. Okay. I watch 6 different stocks. I also buy from in here, so I usually buy my bottom left if I was watching this stock, but it's impossible to see it right now because of all the stuff that's in the way. Let's see if I can bring this up here. It's still not putting it in there. Nope, I can't get it. I don't know why. I can't get it. Alright, forget it. I can't show it to you. I just don't have the setup in here. I have to get another monitor that makes it simple for me to do this. But I do watch the 6 and 1, and then I can watch 6 different stocks, and I can see if they're going up or they're going down. The chart is definitely, it's open for me, more what I'm looking at, and then I can see it. So I'm just going to get rid of that because it's not working. All right, so this way I would have to go up and down. Remember when I showed you? Let me just change so I can look at you in case there's any questions on the board. Okay, now I can see the board. You remember when I said the other way is I keep my watch list connected to my chart. So I can go up and down, and you see there's nothing happening right now here. So if I go down my chart, there's nothing happening here. ENVX, the other one I was watching, nothing. Right here, we got one. WDC I had put into my watch list. It's a very slow moving chart, which means it probably has a larger float. But it's going up. It's been going up consistently. It's gone up about 2 points. So you would have made, if you bought this morning, you only had 1,000 shares, you would have made yourself. But it's a lot of money to outlay, okay, and just to sit and wait. I watch stocks that are in different categories because I just don't watch for traders who buy stocks under $10. I watch for other people in the room, and that's my job, you know. Or I made it my job to make sure I can help a lot of people instead of just a few. All right, this one here, NRZ, there's really nothing going on here. The stock is pretty much sat at a high of $11.54. It's at $11.30 now. So I keep going. So really, right now, I don't see that there's much really going on. Here's a stock that had gone up, BTTX. It finally hit a high of the day of 245. Looks like a lot, and it dropped to to 11. But I couldn't do anything because if you look at the stock, it's NTB, which means there's none to borrow. I couldn't even short it. MBLT moving up, new IPO. Another one. Okay, I'm going to put BLTE. Hold on. I'm going to put BLTE into my watch list. Now I can go up to the top and I can put symbols in alphabetical order and I can find it immediately. And I want to put it back into my changes. Oh, I just messed up. I hit it twice. BLTE right there. I want to do changes there. Okay, so now we can see this stock just ran from $10.33 or less and it ran to $15.65. There's a pullback to the 13 EMA. All right, so do I want to jump in this stock? I don't know. It's gone up now about what, 30, 40%. Let me just put, somebody else put it on the board. Okay, so it's up 65%. So it's up, wow, $5. That's a lot, you know. Sorry I didn't find it earlier. But like he said, this is a new IPO. It's actually 3 days old. May 3rd was the first day. April 29th, I mean, was the first day. So this stock is, if you follow it, you might be able to make some money. But again, this is the type of a day I want to be very careful because if I jump in, it might jump down very quickly. I don't think I would touch this unless there was a pullback. Well, you may have just gotten it. Maybe at least 1450. If it came back as far as about 1450, there it goes. There, it just almost wanted to come down that far. You see, it hit 1470, 1469. I saw for a second, 1464. I look at the amount of the volume. So if you look at the volume, I can't get up there. Right, I'm right above it. So you look at the volume, it's 25,000. Okay, so it's not a whole heck of a lot. If I go here, I've got 30,000 now, 56,000, 90,000, 70,000. Let's see any big ones. There's 125. That's not really a great deal of money when you're talking about a stock at this price range. You know, it's a couple of $1 million for somebody. But the fact is, there are people out there that can afford to manipulate this particular stock and move it. I don't want to get caught up in it. Yeah, like I said, at this point, if I had known a little earlier, and how do you know a little earlier? Well, that's pretty simple. Okay, you can go to Benzinga. Let me see if this will open up for me, and I'm going to change that to. This is a calendar earnings. I don't want that. I'm in another computer, and I'm going to give it to you in a second. Come on, news. Here we go. IPOs. And for those of you who want to know what IPOs are coming out that day, and I see there's not really that many. Wait a second. No thanks. What's going on here? I don't even see it in today. BLT. Right, because it wasn't today's. All right, it wasn't today's IPO. That's right. It's from the other day. But here's IPOs. If you want to take a look daily for the list, it's benzinga.com. I don't know why it didn't give me a. Let me see something. Huh. All right. Well, you'll just have to put it into the. Just copy it and paste it into the internet, and then you'll be able to go to the page. All right. It should have given me a hyperlink, but it didn't. And as you can see, I told you I wouldn't touch BLTE until it came down, and it came down even further. And before, I was going to say, right around here, where my line is right there, and that's 13.50. You have right here is 14.16. So right now, you're probably going to get a pullback to around $14, and we'll see if it holds there. If it doesn't, it's going to go even further back down, because newer people are not jumping into it. They're probably not picking up on their scanners. And I don't think I set up my scanners for you today, but I will right now, because a lot of times what I do during the day is I change out to my scanners. Right now I got my daytime scanner set up, so I'm going to detach it. Okay, detach, and I'm going to move it over. Okay, let's move it here and open this up. So if I look here on my scanner, set up from $1 to $95, I have 5%. I can go a little lower because right now there's not a lot going on, so I can pull up a few more stocks. And as you can see, I only got 2 or 3 more. And I put it in percentage high. You can see BLTE was on the top. So if I had been watching my scanners like I should have been all day long, but I was teaching you guys other stuff, if every 15 minutes or so, you pull your scanner up and you hit it, okay? There is a way, I don't know how, here, there's a filter, but you can add some sort of an alarm, I think, to actually hit you when certain stocks go up. Maybe in a filter group somewhere, I'm not sure. For stocks, let's see, study. There's got to be a way you can set up some sort of an alarm where if some stock starts to go up over a certain percentage, it'll give you an alarm on that stock. I don't know how to do it, but it can be done. If you can think about it, somebody else already has, and it can be done. All right? So you can look through here now into see what's going on, and like you can see how far the stock. I don't think there's anything else really going on much. Here's your open, here's your last, okay, and your high is next to it. So if these three are close together, it's a stock you don't want to fool around with, okay? You're looking for something that's volatile and that has a lot of movement so you can capitalize and make money. Here's a stock right here. This one was RXDX, okay? It's a little more expensive stock, but you can see it opened at 27. It went as high as 28.50, 29.48. It's at 28.60. So this stock does have some movement where it could move maybe 50 cents in either direction. And you can also look, it says hard to buy, so hard to borrow. It might be a stock that's shortable, it might not. I don't know at this point. There's not very many in here that are either easy to borrow at all for today. The stocks that are populating. If I wanted more, I could always bring this down to about 4%. And that'll bring stocks that are just starting to come up too. So I can go here. Actually, it brought me less. Or less is happening in a period of time. I can go to 10 minutes. Doesn't open. I just click it, unclick it. And there you go. Okay? And that's over the last 10 minutes. Or stocks that are starting to come up now. I really don't want a 1%, 2% change. And it's populating some of those right now. So I think I'm going to keep it where I was at about 4.5. If anything's happening, I can make money on it. It'll be there. Right click on the stock in the scanner, then choose the fifth one down. Right click on the stock in the scanner. Okay. Okay. And then choose the fifth one down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Analyze? Oh, create alert. Thank you. I just didn't know where it was. That's correct. That's where it is. So you can open up and you can create alert for that particular stock, and then you can set it all up. Thank you, Pendragon. Okay, I knew it could be done. I just wasn't aware. I never really set one up myself. I hate things ringing in my ears all the time. But this is a good thing to do. It's a good thing to learn. If you're also not sure, okay, and I'm going to come out of here for right now. If you're really not sure, all right, then what you can do, and I'm going to look online, is, okay, TOS, creating a stock alert. I appreciate that. I really do. Okay, so right here, okay, setting alerts. Copy. This should be right ourselves. Thinkorswim. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you can go here to this, and you can do this also. And there's a place that you can go, bring up a video, watch the video, how to set up alerts. It doesn't necessarily have to be for a specific stock. It can be for stocks that are coming up a certain percentage, and then it'll alert you. Okay? So just watch the videos, and you'll be ahead of me, and you can teach me next time. How's that? I just know they exist. I just never used them. All right? Doesn't mean you shouldn't. All right, there's plenty of tools in here that you all use, and there's no right or wrong tool. The only thing wrong is if you don't use the tools that are available to you to become the best trader that you can. All right, and that's what we're trying to teach you here. This is why we spend the time that we spend here to do what we do. Okay? And BLTE, I'm going to take one out of here, and I'm going to put that in here for now. I can keep an eye on it. And this stock, you know what? You could have made some money. It went up. You see, it came down, it went up. But right now, we're at lunchtime. So you got to be very careful during lunchtime. You can lose a lot of money. Sometimes it's better to sit on your hands and sit back and learn different things. If anybody else has any other questions, Pendragon, that was good. Very good. Thank you. Makes our lives easier. And let's see, what's my friends doing today? Okay. I was listening to some guy this morning. I think it was Paper Trading 101, and everybody was going, they can't hear you. The guy's he's laid back like this, and he talks like really low. And I hope you can hear what I'm saying right now, because you're not going to learn a damn thing from me because you can't hear me. And everybody was trying to tell him, you know what, we can't hear you, we can't hear you. And he's got 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 people left, and that was the end of that. But there are people in there now, so obviously, I don't know, he's got 7 people. So people are trying to learn how to paper trade. I personally am not a paper trade person. I don't think that that's the way to go for me. I think that when it comes to paper trading, I think that let's see, how do we get out of here? Okay, charts. I think that you're better off if you use real money, but just trade 1 to 5 shares. So your losses won't be great. You'll still have some skin in the game, and you'll feel the pain if you lose, but you won't lose a lot, and it'll be real. A lot of people, they go in and they go, well, I'm going to see what happens if I buy 5,000 shares. Well, here's the problem. You buy 5,000 shares in early pre-market morning, or times when you do it on a limit order, 85% of the time, you may not get totally filled. But with paper trading, you're going to get filled every time. They don't make it happen where, okay, I put in for 5,000 and I only got 2,100, or 2,686 shares. What do I do now? I got an odd number. What do I do? All right, and unfortunately, people don't know what to do when they get odd numbers. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I put in for 500 shares and I got 86 shares. What do I do? Do I just change it now? Because you still have an open buy for the difference. So if that stock drops down again and hits that number, you're going to get bought in for the rest. All right, maybe that you don't want to because it went up already, and now when it comes back down the other way, it might be going the other way. You don't want to be in those shares. That's a lot of how options work. When you buy an option, you're buying an option that somebody already has. Okay, so why would I want to? When I buy an option from somebody, I'm buying the opportunity to own that stock at a greater price further up the line. But if the stock drops, why would I want to buy it? Why would anybody want to buy it for less money than it's worth? Okay, so what happens is you get out of it and you lose a premium, and it's a lot less than if you were trading the stock. And that's why a lot of people choose options, because they know in the long run they can make a lot more money than they will lose money. And it's something worth, learning. And what I've learned now, I was watching a friend of mine, and let me just see if I can put this up on the chart here. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yes, okay. And let's see if I can move this. Okay. A friend of mine, let me go back into watching you guys. A friend of mine, I want to make sure you're seeing this. Okay. The other day, great. Okay, the other day, a friend of mine said to me, I'm up X amount of dollars. Let's see, I want to make, there it is. Okay. I don't know if you can see this. It's hard to make it bigger. Let's see if I can make it slightly bigger. Okay, here you go. This is a friend, somebody in the room. I'm not going to mention their name. They're no longer with us. And they were actually lost about $130,000 stock trading. And what happened is they left this room and they went to Warrior Trading. Not that I'm promoting Warrior, I'm not. He bought all the courses, spent thousands of dollars, stayed there a couple of months. It didn't work out for him either. So then he went to another room, and he went to a Discord room of some sort, and they were doing options. So he learned how to do options. In the first month and a half, he put $9,000 into an account, started a new account. He not only made his $130,000 back in 45 days doing options, he just bought a brand new, last week he bought a brand new 2022 760i BMW for $130,000 plus cash, got his money back, and he made in 3 days last week, he made close to $370,000. So, is that going to happen to everybody? No, but I'm just going to show you a little example of what he was doing, okay? So, he was buying, this is 11 in the morning, he bought 225 contracts, okay? Not shares, contracts. So that means on 225 contracts, okay, times 100 shares, he's now controlling $22,500 of Tesla. Okay? Now, 22,500 shares of Tesla times $1,000 a share is $225,000. Okay? Or more, right? Let's see, times 1,000. Is that correct? It's 22 million. I don't know how he did that. But he put in thousands of dollars. He didn't pay 220. He didn't pay that kind of money. All right. So I don't know. He bought a put. He bet that the stock was going to go down. He got it at what they consider this pointage inside. The price, he paid $2.09 a share. All right. And he sold it for $1.92. So what it means is he bought a put. All right. And it lost. I don't think those are the shares. I don't think that's right. That may be what do you call it, cost. That's the quantity position effect. No, it is. And there's your strike price, $1,000. Okay, so he bought it probably in the money at the time at $1,000, and it went down. Whatever it is, the strike prices go down. I don't know if they reflected here because I still have a lot to learn about options. But he made 8 and 9 is 17 cents times all those shares. And you can go up and down, and that's what I'm going to do on my time. And I'm going to see how he won, what he bought, how he did it, how he's buying his positions. Whatever day, this was on the 21st, and this option was a Friday. All options end on a Friday. But all I'm telling you is that the opportunity on options is so much greater to make so much more with leverage, with a lot less money to lose. So it's not like if the stock goes the other way and it goes down a certain amount, you just get out and you lose the premium, okay? What a lot of new people do is they buy straddles. And what you're doing when you do a straddle is you're actually buying the same stock. You're buying a put and a call at the same time. So it's like an insurance. So if it goes one way, then the other one is a premium that you pay. And but it will have to climb a certain amount before you can start making money because you have a premium that you can lose. But later on, we're going to go into one day showing you the drop downs and to show you how we can find those stocks. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here. There's a way to drop down from the stock and then go into the word options, and then you can type it back in there. I don't think there's any options on this stock. There won't be because it's a brand new IPO. But if you went into a stock, let's say like Tesla, which is really expensive, and let's see, is it changing there? I don't know if it's changing for you. Options, symbol. Yeah, it is. Good. Okay, then you'd have to go back down to Tesla and put it in. And then this box will open, and it'll give you strike price. And this strike, you go to about, 10 or 12. And what that'll do is give you a certain amount. And I'm just going to give you a little lesson, not much. But these here, in the color, are all the options that are in the money. And the ones below are the options that are out of the money. So if you were buying options, you want to buy the weeklies. This will end on May 6th. So if you're going to do options, you would probably do today's options, okay? And you could buy out of the money. It wouldn't make a difference, and you'd have to go. This is not even open all the way. I know I'm missing some lines here. I don't know how to open it. I don't know how to open this. And it's real money back here. I don't want to lose it and play. And but there's strike prices and the price of the shares, and you can go down and you can find the price you want to pay. And you can go across and it'll give you other numbers, which I'm not seeing here. This is not a good, and these are your puts and these are your calls. But you can learn. Like I said, there's a bunch of courses that I showed you that you can actually get for free in Ameritrade. I took part of it through Ameritrade in the beginning. And you can take it class by class, and there's a test after each one, and you can learn a lot. Also learning about options to see where traders are going with options, finding out the percentages. If more people are buying options, let's say doing calls, opposed to doing puts. It's almost like us doing a poll in the morning to say, do we believe that this stock is going to go up, or is this stock going to go down? Now, the strange thing is that the room is usually right about 85-90% of the time. That's really good percentages. Okay, so if I want to bet on something and I'm betting on a room where there's maybe in Tech's room about 2,000 viewers, okay, even if 700 people answer the question and do the poll, we can get a good idea of which way a stock is going to go, up or down. Well, if you know that in options, you know more people doing, there's more calls being purchased than puts, then you might want to go long and do calls instead of puts. We're not doing, when you do options, you're going to do short puts and short calls. Anybody learning anything from this? Change strikes from 12 to all. I've done that. Okay, I'll go back for a second. I've done that. I only didn't do that because there's so many it puts on the page. So when I go to all, there's a lot. And on this page, I can't see the whole box. And I don't know how to make this bigger. Here. On my bigger screen, I can see everything. But I understand what you're saying. I just saw that. Okay? But there's a lot to learn, and you're not going to learn this all in one day. That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay? But it's something to keep in your mind for the background. There's really like nothing going on right now. It's amazing. It's something to keep in the background for future to see if options may be an option for you. Because for me, I think it is going to be, and I'm really looking more into doing options than I am stocks. I think with stocks, there's a lot more chasing. With options, there's a lot more. You can reduce your risk a lot more if you know what you're doing. And I won't tell you that I know what I'm doing yet because I've never done option one. And what I'm doing is I'm putting together a little team of traders, okay? People who are doing options, some who may know more than I do, and some who know less than I do. And what we can do is we're going to do maybe a 4-way call and open up a room. You know, we can open up a private room through Tradecaster, and we can have 4 of us in a room where we could even set up our own speakers. There's got to be a way to do this, okay, where there's 4 and 1 in a room. You just have to give leeway to one person if they're talking and not cut over them. But we can all trade together too. A lot of times what I do is I call somebody up, we get on the phone, and we trade together. I've done that with many a trader in these rooms, and what it does is it gives you more confidence, where you might say you get in a stock and it goes up a little and you get scared and you get out too quick, and then you go, oh my Lord, I can't believe it, this thing just went up $1 and I missed out. It's a coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know what? But when there's more than one person, and with traders that sometimes know more than you do, they give confidence to each other to stay into a trade longer. And that's a hard thing. You know what? And another thing that I taught all of you is when you're thinking of trading a particular stock, you need to learn how to go down and to custom buy and to set up. Okay? So here's riggers. I'm already set up. And you'll see right here, I got a 25-cent stop loss. So if I was going to buy this stock right now, I unlock this here, and now it's on the exact price that it is. And all I have to do is confirm and send, and I will be in the trade. I can wait till it hits the price that I want. I'm losing my voice. It's been a problem. I need some hot tea. I think what I'm going to do for right now, for right this second, I want to put this back on here, and I want to get rid of the, I got to take this off, just delete it. But that's another thing I'm going to go over again, how to buy, how to short, and set up triggers, see? So these are for shorting right there. So if I want to short this stuff, there I am, I'm ready to short. You see the sell is first, then the buyback is there. And all I got to do is unlock it, and I've got my stop loss already set up. And it's that quick. So folks, don't make excuses that you didn't have the time to put a stop loss in. And don't even think that you're going to put a stop loss in after, because that's ridiculous. I'm in some trades from anywhere from, I don't know, 20 seconds, 15 seconds, 4 seconds, up to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 20 minutes, it doesn't matter. You don't always have time to put that stop loss in. So that's a quick way to do that. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. All right, and I'm going to go and put something in my mouth so I can help my voice a little. The Active Trader Show. There's Deck. Welcome in, Deck. As you can see, I'm losing my voice a little. I've been having a slight problem with that. Maybe I'll take a little cough medicine. That might help. It's not that I have a cough, but it'll kind of break up. I have a condition called back drip, and what it does, it irritates my vocal cords. So sometimes I just have to rest them, or I have to use this certain kind of nasal spray, which I forgot to use this morning, which will help me. And any questions here on some of the stuff that I've gone over right now? Deck was in and Deck is gone. As fast as he came. Who is that masked man? Any questions? Okay, let's just take a 5-minute break and I'll be right back. Okay? Okay. 5 minutes, folks. Wow. Coming back. Okay, folks, we all back? Anything I missed while we were going? I'm just eating a little piece of meat here. I'll be done in a second. So I hope I didn't offend any of you vegetarians. I don't think we're missing anything as far as the stocks. It's just a crazy day. Any day that there's a Fed's meeting, and that's why, you know what, I took a few losses this morning, and I said to myself, I'm not going to chase it to get it back. Because the truth is, sometimes you just have to rip off the Band-Aid and say, you know what, today I took a loss. Yesterday I took a larger gain than the loss I took today. So it all washes out. The idea is not to chase things and then find yourself in a real big hole that you can't get out of. Okay. That's the end of that. That's my lunch. So again, I go down the list. I see if there's anything going on. I do this a couple of times an hour at times, unless I'm busy in a trade or watching a particular stock. And really, there's like nothing going on. Right now, this is probably the stock that everybody's watching. I need to go into my own scanner for a second. So if I go into my scanners, just for a split second, I do a quick scan. Wow, like there's so little. I'm going to drop it down to 40,000 shares. There's like nothing coming up. One BMEA went up from 299 to 339. NBSC actually did nothing. There's really nothing going on. One stock, TNON. So I'll take that, put that in my watch list and go take a look at it. So T-N-O-N. All right. Let's go back to where I was with you guys. Oh, shoot. What did I just do? Uh-oh. Hold on. I think I just messed up. That's okay. I'll put it back. Charts. Detach. I knocked it off by mistake. Okay. Bingo. Alright. And if I want to make it smaller, I go... Let's see. I gotta resize it. Okay. Let me take this and get rid of this. I don't want that up there. Oh, there it is. It is still here. It was still there. Okay, here we go. Oh, I thought I lost it. I hate when that happens. I just need a better monitor to... I have to go find myself a new monitor. I need one higher definition. It makes it very, very difficult doing this and getting it just right. And getting everything I want on the board. This should all be in one slice. But unfortunately with TOS, when you... see, I still have this here. Okay, so this is another one. Give me 1 second. How do I get this out? Just give me 1 second, folks. There's another one in here. Okay, let me get rid of that one. Bring the other one up. I had it twice. There we go. Okay. And I put another stock in here. It was TNON, just to see what was going on. There's really not much. It has very low volume, so there's really nothing happening. So I just took a shot putting it in there. At this point, there's really nothing going on. If anybody can see any other stocks that might be happening. Okay, let's get rid of some of the background stuff here. And put this back to trades. And then, oh, that's it. Okay, we're in the room. Okay, got it all back. Good morning. Darth Trader, how are you today? There's like so little going on in the stocks today. It's just amazing. I can't stand days like this. All right. Some of the things I wanted to read that I picked up, I told you, from the professor, who's actually going to be one of the speakers at the seminar. He talks about learning how to be a consistent trader. He says a peak performance trader is committed to being the best and doing whatever it takes to be the best. He or she feels responsible for whatever happens, and this can learn from his mistakes. These people typically have a working business plan for trading because they treat trading as a business. And that's a very, very good point. You know, a lot of people don't. Some people can, they consider this like a game. And that's okay too, because a lot of traders are very good at stock trading, because what they do is they trade to win. Every time they play a game, it's not always as important as who gets the highest score. It's who gets the highest score and wins. It doesn't matter by how much, as long as you win. Okay? With traders, we try to reduce our risk. So if we can learn to trade like a gamer and reduce our risk and win more than we lose, then we will be successful. We simply attempt to be fearful when others are greedy, and be greedy only when others are fearful. You know, I don't know what the heck that means, but I know that fear is the opposite of faith, and I have to have faith in myself that I know what I'm doing. And if I don't know what I'm doing, then I shouldn't be doing it. And that doesn't mean I shouldn't be a stock trader. It means that I need to take more time to learn the tools of what I'm afforded here and the options that I have at my disposal to be a better trader. And if I'm not doing that, and I'm not growing each and every day to be a better trader, then I'm not going to be a better trader. Okay? And I know that the first year that I came to Deckmar, back in January 2019, I spent over a year watching videos, almost 1,000 hours in the first year. I didn't stop. Every night I watched at least 2-3 more videos every single night. Some even during the day. I didn't used to do pre-market, and I didn't do aftermarket. I did more pre-market, but I didn't do aftermarket, you know. And I saw there were a lot of traders that were in by 9 o'clock in the morning and they were gone by 10:30, 11, and they called it a day. And I found that most of the times that I made money, I gave it back in the afternoons. So how do we learn to be a better trader? How do we learn to be more consistent in doing the things that we do? Anybody have any ideas? Throw it out on the board. If there's one thing that makes you a better trader from all the things that you've learned, put it on the board for other people to see. What's making you better? When I get hurt in the market, Warren Buffett, when I get hurt, I get the hell out. It doesn't matter at all where the market is trading. I just get out because I believe that once you're hurt in the market, your decisions are going to be far less objective than they are when you're doing well. And you know what? That's exactly what I said. I ran this morning and I won one and I lost two. And I said, you know what? This is not working today. It's not working. My timing is wrong. And though today I took a risk right off the bat where every time I watch, I say, I should have done that. I should have done that. So 85% of the room said today that the stock was going to go. I went for it. So the minute the board opened, I market ordered it in. And the stock hovered there for a while. It went up a little, went down a little, went up a little. Then it finally went down, and I said it's still going to come back, and I was wrong. You know what? And the room was wrong. But I took that initiative to take that risk. Okay. The only problem is I risked a little bit more than I wanted to. It's nothing wrong with taking a risk because if you don't risk it, you're not going to get the biscuit, right? Every time. Every time. So he says if you stick around a market like that that's severely against you, sooner or later they're going to carry you out. So I don't want to be carried out, okay? I want to carry on. And the only way to carry on is, like I said before, is got to be a better trader than I am, and I got to continuously learn every day. That's one of the reasons that I'm actually... To be honest, I said before. Why is it doing that? Are you people seeing me live time? Let me see. Why isn't this live time? I have my other room and it's not right. Okay. I got it. I lost it on the other one. I used the other one with the same board that I'm watching so I can actually add things to the board. The key to trading successful is emotional discipline. Okay? If intelligence were the key, there would be a lot more people making money tradings. I know this will sound like cliche, but the single most important reason that people lose money in the financial markets is that they don't cut their losses short. And that's one of the biggest things that as a trader you need to learn early, okay? Traders reduce their risk. Gamblers look for profit. If you learn to reduce risk, then you will make money in the end. And you will make more money than you will lose money. And that takes time to master that, all right? You can't just walk into trading and say, oh, I set up a beautiful chart, or somebody like Active Trader came along and gave me free charts and free scanners and set me up. So I'm so way ahead of the game than he was when he came in, so I can just trade. Well, good luck, because it doesn't work that way. There's a lot to know in between those numbers. I got to look at a chart and I have to be able to say, okay, let me look at this chart. What's going on here, all right? All right, so here's my high today. I got 1565. Let's see if I can get bingo. Oh, I missed it. 1565. All right, bam. All right, and I'm going to take the highest point there, right there, and go bam. So I can see right now I'm underneath. I'm just at that point, all right? And then I want to go, here's 2 points here. I want to go from here, this point here, and another. I don't know what's wrong with my mouse. This is a wired mouse. Oh, it's my wireless mouse. Okay, point here and point. Okay, get that low section right there. So it looks like, it looks like we were coming towards a squeeze. If you look at the way I just laid this out, there's my trend line. And this is in a time zone. This is not for the whole day. There's other ways to set up different types of trend lines, but you can set up Fibonacci's within a certain period of time, or you can set up trend lines within a certain period of time. This is how I am able to know sometimes when a stock is going to either do one of two things. One, it's going to crack below, or two, it's going to it's going to squeeze up. And that's what it looks like right here, like it wants to squeeze. Because we see it's been holding. It's been holding this base right here. And that gives us a support of around $12.80, $12.75. Let's say $12.75 is a support. There's $12.70. I'm going to say $12.70 is my lowest support. Okay? So right now we're above support. We're still holding. And we're over $13. And we're right there. If you look right there, that blue line, that's your 13 EMA. Now, stocks do two things. They either travel above the 13 EMA or they travel below. There are some traders in here, like Matt, Living Like Matt. He does a lot of strange things, but he uses an 8 or a 9 EMA, all right, and a 20. All right, I don't. I learned what I originally learned with, which was the 13 EMA with a 200 SMA, a 50-day. My 50-day is this red, but they're not correct. You would have to go to a daily, okay? So here's your 50 right there. If I go to 50, I can see that my 50 is down here. So traders aren't trying to bring this to the 50. That's for sure. And if I go and I bring this to the daily on the 200, okay, there's my 200. And I look, you can see it's like, I don't know if I can make it smaller, I can't. Well, the reason we can't look back, because remember, I forgot, this is an IPO, so this is not going to work for this. And you see what I told you? There's your crack. I said to you, it's either going to spike or it's going to crack. And what we can't tell you is the exact what's going to happen at that point. Look at that. I go wait for 2 seconds to try to figure something out, and there's your small crack. And right there, that was a drop of 70,000 shares, a little over 70,000. Was enough to bring it down from 70,000, brings it down from 1314 down to 1260. That was some drop. And they've still been able to manipulate at the time when it dropped. There was a nice spread. Now it's getting tighter. As it gets tighter, it'll probably go back up. And then we're going to cross over to the other side. But from time to time, you got to change these lines. You got to make new supports, new levels, because they have dropped to that point. And it'll also give us new squeeze points. Okay? And that's just something I've learned by trial and error of seeing how this works. And I've kept many, which I haven't really used here, it's in my other computer, for trend lines that were going to squeeze, and I've called them out as alerts to the board, and 95% of the time I was right. And I get thank yous from people all the time. Thank you, Active Trader. I just made $6,000 on that trade. Thank you, Active. I just made $700 on that trade. And I just made $200. It's like these people go in, they listen to what I say, and they're not afraid because my alerts are credible to go at it. And I'm still afraid of my own alerts. What's going on here? The reason I'm a moderator is because my alerts were so consistently credible that deck made me a moderator 3 years ago. It was just something I learned very quickly, how to read it, not even knowing what I was doing, but I was doing it right. Go figure. Sometimes you can do everything right and still be wrong. And sometimes you can do things wrong and still be right. So right now, you can see it's a scary time. We're at lunchtime, and this thing is not moving like I want to. And we're getting new supports, and we're back to about 1250 here. So I could do this. I could take this bottom line out because the top really hasn't changed. And I can go back from here, where it was at the low there, right over there, beam. And then I can put this here at the lowest point here. And what does it show me now? We're in a new point, and we're at a new low. We brought it down to another lower support. And it looks like the stock, again, what is it going to do? But we can also see, anybody tell me what this is called? Look at the triangle. What kind of triangle is that? What is that? Can anybody tell me? Is anybody listening? Does anybody know what a DT is? Well, we can. That's right. Descending. Thank you. We have a descending triangle. All right? And that tells us that the stock is building lower lows and lower highs. And that's why you need to be careful when you say to yourself, okay, it's at a new low, but it's got a support at 1250. It's got nowhere to go but up. That's like a stock that goes to, it's a moving stock. Forget about an IPO. The stock's going up, going up. It's a stock comes from $2.50. It goes past $3, $3.75, $3.85, $3.95. We get to $4.25. We get to $4.05. It comes back to $3.95, and you're going to take a bet right there. Is this going to break out? I don't bet on breakouts anymore. I'm not saying it won't happen. a certain percentage of the time. But a certain percentage of the times, it will not. More so at prices of $1, $5, and $10. Okay, these are three hard points to get over. 1 being first, 10 being second, and the 5 being third. Okay, I don't bet on breakouts, but if the stock goes to 402, comes back to 395, if it goes to 308, 309, comes back to 401, 402, and then it goes back to 397, 398. At that point, I've seen it go to 408, 409. If it goes over $4, there's a good chance it's going to go. I'd say greater chance that it's going to go than it's not going to go. But if you have a stock that's sitting there for 10, 15 minutes trying to get over, there's a good chance it may never get over, because what's going to happen is traders are going to beat themselves up, hitting a lot of resistance. If you hit your head against the wall enough times, it's going to hurt. And if it hurts, you're going to stop. And when you stop, what are you going to do? You're going to sell your stock, get out of your position, short the stock, and go the other way. And you're going to be going long, betting on a breakout, you're going to lose your money. So you got to be careful. You have to understand how stocks work. And think of everything as an algorithm. You almost have to become a part of that algorithm. I don't know how better to tell you. You ever watch a stock and you're watching it go up, 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 and you feel it? You say, wow, it's like I can call everything in my head. And that's what you should do sometime. Don't trade. Take a step back. Write it down, what you're seeing, what you're doing. Write it down. This stock, if it goes here, if this stock goes to 325, it's going to go to 350. If it gets over 375, it's got to get over 375 and hold it. And if it does that, there's a good chance it'll get over. What's your opinion on the time frame? Like Matt says, 1 minute is no good to use 3 minutes. That's his opinion. If I am watching a stock to see, and a lot of times what I will do, like right now, I can go in here, watch, I'm going to go here and go down to 5 minutes. What this stock tells me is the position the stock is moving. And I can see, just like I told you, this is moving in a downward, it's a descending triangle. All right? It's exactly what I showed you, but I don't buy that way. I look at that, I will go back and forth, and I'll even go sometimes to a 15-minute, and it's still not good. I don't have a bull flag, I have a descending triangle. It's going down, down, down. So, does it mean the stock's never going to go back up today? Hey, this is an IPO. Anything can happen to this stock. Let's take a different stock. I don't know what stock's moving right now where I could really give you a good example. All right. Sorry, I messed up the board for a second. Let's go look at let's see. What about a stock like, I know it's not a stock we're going to gamble on right now. Here, let's look at Tesla. All right. All right, Tesla, you can see here, it started off at 10 o'clock, it went up, it came back down, went up, came back down, went up. It's a stock all right, BWV. Thanks, Royal. Let me take a look, all right? Let me take a real quick look. I was looking at that stock the other day. BWV. Was it in my board? BWV. No, I took it out. Okay. Let's go to BWV. I got to go real quick to symbol high-low so I can find it. BWV. There we go. I don't want to put this back to percentage. Okay. Now, here's a stock. If I take this stock and I go into the 15 minute, I got a slight bull flag. It's not a down motion yet. It's almost like a mid candle. All right. I can go to 5 minute. Same thing. I go to 3 minutes. All right. I have a slight downward motion. I was starting on a bull flag, a little bit bigger than a bull flag would be, but I got a downward motion still. And when I'm looking on 1 minute at a time, I have a pullback. Okay. And it's pulled back to the VWAP. Now I need to see at this point on a 1 minute if it's going to hold the VWAP. If I was watching this on a 3 minute, I got the same VWAP. It tells me really the same thing. So when I am in a stock to trade it, if that's the stock I'm trading, I want a 1 minute when I'm trading. I want to see what's happening minute to minute. That's me. I've always done it that way. Because what happens if I had a lot more? This is some big candlesticks, okay? This way. If I do it this way, there's still large candlesticks. But I can see, and there's my first green. Does it mean I want to jump in? Absolutely not. Because the shorts were taking over, is what happens here. There was more shorting going on than there was buying. And I can't, it says none to borrow, I cannot short with this stock. Give me 1 second. Spam call. They won't give up. Bill collectors. Adrian. All right, Adrian gives me stocks all day long. RDBX. He made $138. Good for him. He made, I lost today. All right, so you can see on this stock here, if whether or not, now there's another thing I need to know, okay? So he put on BWV. I want to open BWV in Yahoo Finance. That's the first thing I usually do. Then I want to go to statistics. So the next thing I'm looking at is the float. This float is only 993,000. You heard me. Less than 1 million. So this stock can move fast and move hard, depending on the amount of the shares being traded, okay? Where the mob is. If I go back to summary, I will see right now that this stock has about 5 times its average volume. Its average volume is about 670,000 shares a day, and right now it's done over 3 million. So it's about 5 times, 4 to 5 times, okay? And when I look at the percentage, it's already up 33%, which is very nice. And the next thing is there any news? So I see there's no news since 6 days ago. So the next thing I do is I go to a thing like Stock Titan. I don't have it open for the board, but I'm just going to type it in. That was BWV comes up, Blue Water Vaccines. I click on it and it tells me 421. So there hasn't been any news on this stock. So what does it tell me? What is this stock right now? Somebody was bored and they decided that it was a very, very low float stock and easily to manage, okay, when there's nothing going on. And to me, this is nothing more than a pump and dump, okay? So if you didn't get in early, I wouldn't chase it, okay? It might still go up and down a few times. But remember what I told you before? Look how the stock is moving right now. Look at the time it sells. See how slow? Anything you put in here in size, they're going to see it. Look how it's organized. Look at the sizes of some of these stocks. I'm not saying that's all him. Cost to short, I don't know, because I don't have my TZ open, and you cannot short this stock in TOS. And right now, most of us in here think of swim. So the cost to short probably is very cheap because there wasn't that many people shorting it. So I would assume that the shorts wouldn't be that much money. But you'd have to go to Thinkorswim, you'd have to go to TradeStation, you'd have to go to Lightspeed to find out. Does anybody have it? Ozo Polo, do you have it? Does anybody here know the cost to short the stock? Right now, it's a little late to short it. You would have shorted it, see, at $4.99, and I will tell you this, $4.99 is not an end-of-the-day number. So I'm willing to bet, I could be wrong, that this stock's going to take one more shot to try to break that $5. But when it does, it's going to drop very quickly. So be careful. If you get in now, okay, if you get in and you put in 100 shares, then 100 shares, then 100 shares, you would have gotten in already. You should have got in. You should have actually got in about 440, 439, about 445. Okay, if you got in and you waited this out, there's a chance that this might run one more time. But there's a chance it might just die and go away. Okay, the person who's manipulating the stock may get bored. And then what happens to you? He sells out real quick and you get stuck and you lose. $27 for 100 is not that much. It's more than I expected. So yeah, well, $270 for 1,000 shares. Okay, I wouldn't take less than 500, and usually I want another 500 at my disposal in case the stock goes the other way and I need to cost average up. Okay, then with stocks that go long, you want to cost average down if it goes the other way. With stocks that you short, if they go the other way, you want to cost average up. And there it is, it's going. You see, it's going to take a move. So like I said, if you got in when it was 445 and you just waited and waited, you're going to be patient, okay? So now when it goes up each time, you can raise your stop loss. So you can put a stop loss. If you're in a 445, put a stop loss at, let's say, 450. Right now, I don't know if I'd mess with it. Just in case it pulls back real quick, you may not want to get out. But see what happens. If it hits 470, put a stop loss at 455. Goes to 480, put a stop loss at 470. This way, if it does all of a sudden come down and whack out, you're at least made a small profit. Does that make sense to anybody here? What do you say? But as far as 3 minutes, if I was watching this on a 3 minute, okay, this is what it would look like. Okay? So that's every 3 minutes. I mean, You can trade that way. Listen, the folks that trade that way usually have a lot of money, and they're not looking at losses like we look at losses, okay? 3 minutes might be a long time for me to watch the board to make a decision to say, I got to get out of here, okay? I need a minute by minute when I'm talking about 500 shares or more, because it can move very quickly in 1 minute. Now I'm waiting for a 3-minute move? I don't know about that. Anybody agree or disagree with me? You have the right to disagree, okay? That's the one thing I love about the right movement. It says that I may not agree with what you have to say, but I will sure die for the right for you to say it. Beatrice Hill. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I wish sometimes you guys would chat it up a little bit more about stocks, of course, and tell me what's going on in your head. Like Ozopola. Ozopola. What does that mean? Ozopola. Let me just see. Where did I get that before? I just said something. I put it up there. If I look in stock photos, go into my motivational. Let's see. Where did I get that? 3 things. Quick. Now. Let me see if I have it. Beatrice. B-E. Nope. Not in here. I don't know where I put it. I'm trying to put my stuff together in such a way that I can find them a lot easier, you know. Things like, you know what, don't want to work hard. We don't want to work hard. We want to work smart and hard at the same time. I love that turtle. Polar bear in Spanish. Oh, okay. Thank you. You know, I should know that. I did take Spanish, and some of my best friends are from either Colombia or Mexican. You know, one of my favorite traders in this room, I don't see him here too much, is Adrian for Music. I've spoken to a couple of 125, 135 people, traders in this room over the last 3 years, which Deck is starting to do. And Adrian for Music was the first one I ever spoke to. And like he's been texting me all morning, different stocks. We talk all the time, okay? In fact, I just want to tell him. I don't know if he's here right now. I'm live. Okay, so I don't know if he's in here. Sometimes he parks in here with me. A-D. No, he's not in here. If you ever want to see if somebody's in here, you just put the @ sign and first initial of who you're looking at, and it'll come up, show you everybody's in the room, or just an @ sign. So, and like I said with the stock before, you see how it's pulling back? And that's why I probably would have put the stop loss a little higher than I paid. This way, if it does go below and it strikes me out, you know, even for a split second, at least I didn't lose any money. And with stock like this, it's a gamble. And days like this, it's a gamble, okay? And it's okay if he had told us about BMW when it was about here, let's see, at around 12:33. Instead, he told us when it was already about here. And that was that. If you look at the thing, BMW, it says 12:53. So at 12:53, yeah, I go on my clock, and 12:53, let's go back to the 1 minute. So now you can see it exactly. 12:53, where am I? 12:50, right here. You see where my mouse is? This is where you first told me about this stock. On a 3 minute or 5 minute, that wouldn't even show as a blip. So right now you're asking me, well, it was a good stock to give an example, but would I want to jump in a stock that's already hit a top twice and wasn't able to get over? You got 1, 2, 3 times here and 1 times here. So you got a 3-time whammy and it didn't get over the $5 mark. So, you know what I mean? And that's why I like a 1 minute, so I can look at the board, and when people like Mel or other traders put things up, I want to see, are they putting it up so I can push them up? Or they're giving me a stock that I have a chance to make some money. Do not just jump into a stock because somebody throws it on the board. You'll make a big mistake. And don't just do it because Deck says so. Don't do it because I say so. Do it because you understand the risks and you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, then you shouldn't be doing it. I'm not saying you shouldn't be a day trader. I'm just saying you need to learn more before you make those decisions. You can't blame anybody. If I tell you I'm getting in right now, that's on me. But if you get in, that's on you. If you lose, that's on you, okay? 95% of the time, I will tell you Taylor Trader is correct. He says, I'm going to get into this stock at this price now, okay? He's giving you an opportunity to get in with him. Not many moderators or traders do that. Deck does that. Deck tells you, I'm going to get into the stock at this price. And a lot of times he says, I'm going to get out, but I have a lot of shares, and it's going to move the price. So if you want to get out, now's the time to do it before the price drops. That's a mensch. He's allowing you to not lose more money. Okay? And there are certain people, you have to learn who you can trust and who you can't. All right? They don't do it intentionally, but they're only thinking about themselves. All right? And I don't want to mention names, okay? And there are some moderators who do that. I don't, all right? I tell you, I send out the alerts, and then I either play my own alerts or I don't. I don't say, oh, I do my alert, I do my stock trade, and then I tell you about it. Because then I'm trying to get you to push me up, which is nice, and I got the right to do it. But is it right for me to do it? There's a difference. It may be right, but is it? Started my summer job. I'm 19. I have Mondays and Tuesdays off to trade. I am wondering if it's a good idea to trade pre-market on the other 3 days if I can. Yes, absolutely, it is, and you can. You may not be able to do it every day. I don't know how much money is in your account. You said you're in PDT? I'm working. You didn't say if you're in PDT, so I don't know how large your account is. I'm going to assume that you have less than $25,000 in your account and you're under PDT, unless you have a cash account, then it's the cash that you have. Then you don't have margin. Not in PDT. Oh, you're in Canada. Okay. All right, great. That's fantastic. So you can trade as much as you want. Your money clears. Does your money clear instantly? Like if you make money, not PDT rules, but does your money clear? Does it clear? No PD2. No, I realize that, but does it clear? Does your money clear, or do you have to wait for that money that you used to clear? Yes, it clears. Fantastic. What a great deal. There's a lot of Americans here using accounts here that wish they could do that. All right? What about Ameritrade? Do you have TOS? Oh, obviously you're in here. You're in TOS. Well, do you have Thinkorswim? Using Ameritrade? Who is your broker? Smitty. And you need to change that Smitty 17 to 19. You've grown up. You're not 17 anymore. I used to use ScooterPie. ScooterPie 63, ScooterPie 64. Interactive. I've heard good things about them. Good. All right. Well, there's certain advantage of being in Canada and DOS Trader. Gotcha. So you got good setup. I know the setup. Yeah, well, you can trade every day if you want. So, yes, I would trade Monday and Tuesday. Unfortunately, yesterday was a good day to trade. Today is not. There was a few opportunities this morning, but today and tomorrow, probably not as much in the pre-market. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to tell you. Well, with pre-markets, remember, you're new to it, and it's only limit orders. You cannot use market orders in pre-market. No, I don't know any broker that does that. So you got to be careful. And I don't know what time your broker opens, whether it's 4 a.m. or 7 a.m. or 9 a.m. Every broker is different. What does Interactive open? Is it 4 a.m. in the morning? Eastern Standard Time? If it is, watch what the boards are going. You can go into a stock like not a stock, a site. Copy. You need to use your scanners if you have them. If you don't, that's unfortunate because I use my scanners all the time. But you can go into this site here. That's benzinga.com for pre-market. And it'll tell you which stocks are rolling in the pre-market. What I do is I take the top 10, 4 a.m. Fantastic. Because a lot happens between 4 and 5. Then after that, there's a lot of shorting between 5 and 7. And then the market happens again. So you got to watch the pre-market in Benzinga. It's free. I only use the free site. It might be slightly delayed, but it's enough that you can use. What I do is I go in there and I open it up to, let me just show you something. Just give me 1 second, all right? Give me 1 second here. I hate to lose it. Okay. Oh, give me 1 second. I got to find this. Let's see if I open that up. Very good. Okay. Now I can take this. Okay, here we go. Let's put this up here. And let's get rid of this. Okay. Twice. All right, this is what I open up. And in the morning, what I do is I go to Benzinga and I go to the gainers. These are the pre-market gainers. I start work at 9 a.m. and work. So that's fine. You only need I would say from 7 to 8:30, you want to be out by 8:30. You go in here and you change this percentage sign. You click it so the highest are on the top. And then I take the top 10, okay? And there's more, all right? If we look at, hold on, I moved it too quick. Give me a second. This takes me to 3 different screens. Okay, you can see the bottom here, and there's really nothing that we even dealt with in here. But if you go to the top, okay, SNOA was the first stock. SOUN is the second stock this morning that we were actually, sorry about this, playing with. QST, I take these, 10 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I take 11. And I might even go further. I might go from 12% from here up. I might take all of them, and what I do is I put them into my watch list. Okay, this is a great site because in this site, if you look real carefully, you can go to the news. It says news. You can go to earnings. All right, that's during the time of earnings. You'll see the earning reports. They'll all come up. There isn't any anymore. There's your earnings. I guess there's still a few left. You can go into IPOs. It tells you all the IPOs for the day. I love this site. And the only problem is all these damn pop-ups. Okay? So you'll have to deal with it. So you got earnings. You can also go to the markets for pre-market. Okay? Like that's where we were at. And that's where you can see the stocks at 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay? I'll leave this open around in case anybody has any more questions on it. God, my voice, I can't believe this. I may have to cut out short today, unfortunately. I went too many days last week, and I thought I could do 3 days a week. But, folks, I may have to leave it to Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yeah, I love that site. You know, there's other sites that work the same. There's Market News. There's I use Stock Titan. Wall Street Journal is another good one. Okay, let me just show you something real quick. WallStreetJournal.com. Just bear with me a second. I got to bring it up first. And where am I at? Let's see. Where is it at? It's got to be under. Come on. World Home. Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out where it's at. Stocks. Okay. Market data quota. Just give me a second. Let me just come / market data / quotes. Copying from one to another. And then any stock we want. So let's say, let's take BWV. BWV. Let's see what happens. Doesn't work. Dang. Come on. Why isn't it working? What did I spell wrong? Oh, I got it. That was wrong right there. In the wrong place. Okay. And right there. Let's try this. CETXP. There, I got it. Okay. This particular page, all right, hold on. All right, give me 1 second. Okay. I'm getting this. It took me a while to figure all this stuff out. All right, so. And if I go back to where the page I'm on with you guys. Okay, hold on 1 second. Come on. There we go. It was this page here. I'm in 2 computers, so it makes me nuts. All right, that's the page. And then when you're in there, all right, let me go into here. Okay. There's the page. Then you can go up, and it says quotes. I hate when this happens. You go into quotes, and then you can go and change it. We have let's say BMV. Is that the stock? BWV. So whatever stock, you just change it. And then when it should come up, is that the right one? No, didn't change. What did I do? Oh, wrong computer. Sorry. BW. I'm typing on a lower computer. That's how I type into the other room sometimes. And then you're able to go and you bring down and it'll show you right here the public float, 3.44 million. It'll show you shares outstanding, and a lot of times it'll show you how much of a percentage is of the float is shorting interest, which is about 5%. So then you know if there's 3.4 million, 5% of that is shorts. Okay, so this is a great source, Wall Street Journal, that you can also use. Okay, and I'm going to go back to the chart now. You have it. I put it on the board. All you do is when it comes up, you just change the name. And when you have time, go look around the Wall Street Journal for other tools that are in there that you can use. I do not just limit myself to one tool on the same type of an item. I have many tools. That's just two of many. I have a lot more. I had to close some down because I had too many. All right, now before I said to you, if you got in this stock at 445, remember, and if you were very patient, look at it now. Did you see what happened? It did exactly what I said it would do. Watch what happens when it gets to 499. It's going to try several times. And if it gets tired, it'll do this again, okay? But it'll be a much closer bar. And that's why I like to watch this in 1 minute instead of 3. See the difference? It didn't just happen in one bar. So I like to be careful and see what it's happening minute by minute. Does this make sense to you? If I'm looking at another stock and I just want the overall picture of what's happening with that stock, then a 3 or a 5 minute is fine because it gives me the direction. So I know if a stock is going primarily in an up direction or it's coming in a descending motion, okay? Ascending or descending. Afternoon, we talked earlier. You don't know this guy, get to know him. He's a good guy. Anyway, so like I said before, this stock is slow moving, but when it drops fast. You remember I told you if I was going to get out of this stock, I would probably get out at around 490 to 495. Now, I see how slow it's moving. So there's a good chance when this thing just hit 480 before, 82, you see it? It might make it, but I might say, you know what? I don't want to risk it. I'm going to take my profit. I've got 42 cents on 500 shares is over $200. I'm going to take it. It's been a very slow day, and I would have taken it. You see, I should have jumped in here because my feeling was it was going to do just what I said. What made you think it was going to shape up like that? Because it was consolidating here. So I'll open up a little more. You see the consolidation? It kept holding. It was holding. Here's a second one. Holding the VWAP. Then after this one, second green. This is where I would have got in. I told you right there. 440. Remember? Here it is. 445 to 450. Right there. That's where I would have popped in. And it did exactly what it said because I watched it from here to here. If you do this in a 5 minute, like he said, watch. Look at the difference. I don't know which way it's going. It doesn't tell me. I see more orange than I see green, but not when I go to a 1 minute. So I think my way, for me, is better. You do what's good for you, but this is what's good for me, and this is the reasons why. What do you think of that? Now you know what I was thinking. Smitty, did it make sense? Does it make sense to you? Because if it makes sense to you, there's an old saying that says, if it makes sense, it'll make dollars. If it doesn't, well, pretty much I try to lay it out step by step and give you the reasons why, okay? And tell you what I'm thinking and why I'm thinking. The first time there was two green candles, the first time there was two green candles is right here. That's exactly where I said to get in. And look at my arrow. You see the arrow? I wouldn't have known that arrow to about here anyway. So exactly what I told you, I wasn't even looking at this. Exactly what the TTM scalper told you was exactly what I told you for the same reasons. And you should have held on. But when it got to the red, you might have got scared. I wouldn't, as long as it didn't pull back. I had nothing to lose. I was still fine as long as I was above that VWAP. And it did exactly what I thought. And it came to a high now of what? 490. And what did I tell you? 485, 490. I get out. Why? Because I know that whoever is manipulating this stock is saying to himself, everybody else is thinking 495 to $5 and they're waiting for it. He's not waiting for it. He doesn't have enough volume behind him. This is mostly one big person with a few straddlers. To be the left, though, it had 3 green to the left. Oh, no. That's back here. That's a whole different trip. That's when it came down here. Okay? You wait for the second green. That would be right here. The first green is when these people right here, it comes down, down, down. They're shorting it. That here is when they get out of the short. That's not people trying to go long. That's people getting out of their position. That's why you need to wait to the second green. And when it goes to the second green, that's a key for you to get in. So if you got in here, about 450 over here, isn't that funny? 450 here, 450 here. Okay? Same thing. 450 here, I mean. Same thing. Same setup. Same setup. But unfortunately, I still think about maybe 2 o'clock, anywhere between 1:30 and 2:15. This stock may go for a run. It may run for it. It's either going to run for it or it's going to just crack and die. Okay? So right now, I can go to the high of the day, which is 499. I look to the right and I see my 499. I click, and now I take this to the highest point. Right there, I think it was 491. Let's just say 490. Okay? And now you can see I'm still on a downward trend. I'm not making higher highs because here's my high and here's my new high. So I'm making lower highs and I'm making lower lows. Again, I take 2 high points here. One and over here where the cleft is. And sometimes you can just use the line. You don't have to put it right on it, and just click there. And now you can see what's happening. We're in a channel. The channel is from 499 to 442. So we're in a 50-cent channel, okay? And it's going up a little, down, up a little, went up a little more this time, down. What's it going to do next time? All right, so we need to pass this point here of about 485. We got to get over this 485. If it goes over 485, there's a good chance that it might pick up some volume. That's what we're waiting for. If it doesn't finally make another shot, then this thing, as it gets closer and closer to here, well, it'll be around here somewhere, it will crack. And that's probably, if that's 5 minutes, that's 5, 10, 15. About 20 minutes later, that'll be, what time? About 140, 130 to 140 in this area. When they come, they'll come tighter and tighter. And you'll watch it. If you're still here, watch what happens at 140. And watch how it gets tighter together. And then you'll see it'll either go up and it'll squeeze, or it's going to crack. And nobody can say which way it's going to go. It depends on what the guy who's manipulating it with the most amount of shares is thinking. And then the mob that's following. What's the mob? What is the mob? Anybody know? Come on. What is a mob? The mob is, it's a warning, market shift. Okay, the mob is a market, is a market of buyers. It's the majority of buyers. I'm in the mob. There you go. I'm screaming. I want that guy taken out. I told you I want that stock taken out. Majority of buyers. Market of buyers. That's right. So we know when there's a majority of buyers, whether it be shorters or people going long, that's who's going to control the direction of that stock. And that's okay. And we're getting in towards a shortest market. I think it's becoming more of a shortest market than a long market. We are headed for the worst inflationary times. We're in it. We're looking at a recession, okay? And we're getting there. There is no doubt in my mind, with my 60-something years on this earth, I've only seen it once or twice, that it's coming our way. Is that good or bad? Well, it's bad for the majority of people in the world. But for stock traders, it can be a blessing because more millionaires, more billionaires are made in a down market than an up market. Is that true or false? Look it up. I made it up. No, I've heard it. I didn't make it up. Anything you can think of, somebody else has already thought of. Really. Every now and then I watch Shark Tank to see a great idea that somebody came up with.
and see some great minds making great decisions. That's all stock trading is a bunch of decisions and making good or bad ones. If you make more good decisions than bad. Now you're shorting at 832, just looking in the green. Okay, let's look at the stock. Let me see. Schmitty. Good. It's down 84 cents, has a high of 853. Let's look at the float. Wow, very small float, and probably no news, which means it was a pump and dump. And 22, no, it was news. Spirit rejects JetBlue takeover bid. Red box. Was that we're looking at red box? Yeah, okay. Red box is a money maker. I mean, this stock goes up, you can make money. It goes down, you make money. Problem for me is that there is no shorts. It's a hard to borrow, so I don't know if red box is actually at this point shortable. We can take a look at it real quick. And right now, if you were going to short the stock, you probably should have shorted anywhere between $8.30, anywhere over $8. You should have been in the short, and you probably should have got out right about $7.60, $7.70. You should be out because right now there's a chance that this stock could go back up. Unless you're thinking that it's going to go back down to where it was about 12:30 at lunchtime, which was about 7.16. Right now, I see we're at about 7.60. We're at about a support of about $7.60. So actually, gonna have to sit back and see what happens. This is still lunchtime. 1:20 is still lunch. I use paper account. It's not shortable. ATM. Okay. That's at the moment. That's true. So was it shortable earlier? So the hard to borrow program. Now, sometimes you can go to short a stock, and if you're not in an uptick, it won't take it. It'll reject it for that reason. It rejects it for two reasons. One, you're not in an uptick, or you're not, there's no shorts left. That would be at the moment. So are you saying, Smitty, that this was shortable earlier? That I could have bought some small shares for free? Or for a small price? I never worry about what they're going to charge me in TradeCaster, because if I can get that short and I want that short, forget the phone call. Don't call the program if you're in the hard to borrow program. Just go for it. If you get it, you're lucky. If you don't, well, that's why you keep a second account like Trade Zero, Trade Station, E-Trade, Lightspeed, just to name a few. I don't think the thing's going to go much down right now. I don't know. I think end of the day, if I look at this stock now and I go and I look at it on a 5-minute, it's going to show me the whole day, I would say that this stock has a good chance at the end of the day of coming down to about $7. What do you think, Smitty? Your thoughts in the same place? I think we're looking right around here. That was a hard resistance point, about 720. I think that we're looking at least 720. And right now it's starting to happen. I'm on a 5-minute, but I want to look more at 1 minute. Even at this time, you can look at a 2-minute, okay? And I can see right now, okay? So if I go from high of the day, and I go from this tip here, I mean, it's down, down, down. Forget even that. Forget the high to high. Just go from here to here. And this stock is definitely so slanted down that it's more apt to go down than up. It could form one more head. If you look carefully, you can see over here you have a small head and the little shoulder. It goes up. You got a head in here. It could go one more time. It's still early enough, but you won't know until you wait it out. Okay. I think it could form a head. That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. It will form another head and shoulders if. If not, it's going to crack very soon. I don't like the way it looks unless you're shorting it right now. I would say you're in a good short. It's not going to just zoom right up. Watch it zoom right up. Somebody's listening to me. They're going to just do it to prove me wrong. But I don't know. By the looks of this setup, and all I know is it's got a very, very low float, which this stock can move very quickly. Definitely a stock to keep on your back burner, keep an eye on, or short it. You should have been in it already. I wouldn't short it now. It's a guessing game. It could come back up, one more time. Any other questions? 125. I want to go back for a second. I want to take a look at that other stock. We were looking at BLTE, and you can see, my crisscrosses here when I told you something's going to happen? Take a look at this. You see right here, remember I told you if you wait about 10-15 minutes what was going to happen? It's either going to go up or it's going to crack. Look where it cracked. You see my lines? Look at my lines. Look at the crack. Boom, right there. So I called this. Again, this is what I do. This is what I'm good at. Absolutely. Practice watching it every day. But make some assumptions in your mind which way you think and put it on paper. You don't need the paper trader to do it. You can say to yourself, I'm going to get in right now at that short at this price here, and I'm going to get out of here. Have a plan. You always got to have a plan. And before, what I told you, this stock was going to drop down. See right here? This was in a good place to probably get back in, but it really hasn't moved much, so it came back even further. It's consolidating, folks. This is lunch hour. Now look, you're in another triangle. You see this other triangle? It sometimes works that way, and you'll see. There's your high. There's your high again. It's all below, and then now it's in a new channel. And we'll see what happens in a few minutes when we look over. But exactly what I said when I made this, and it was about here, I told you, watch in about 10-15 minutes, watch what happens here. Okay? Boom, boom, boom. And that's why I usually, what I do is I come and I take a screenshot. Okay, I save it. All right, then I just want to save it, and then hold on. What happened to my? I lost the whole. Oh, duty! I just did something I shouldn't do. I still got you guys. Okay, still got that. Let me just see something real quick. I think I lost you guys. Nope, here it is. Okay, I'm sorry. Then I showed you what I usually do is I'll go and find it. And what did I do with it? I know I saved it. Where did I save it? Okay, that's the wrong. Wait a second. I saved it in this one. Give me 1 second. Let's bring that one down. It's not here. Not here. Just give me a second. I'll bring it right back. Okay. All right. I saved it, but I can't find it. I was going to bring it up to show you on the chat room. All right, but somehow it disappeared on me. Okay. Maybe I saved it in here. I wonder if I did it in this one. Hold on. Screenshot. I think I saved it in the other computer. Come on, open up. Won't open? Okay, I think this might be it. So if I go back to the board and I come in here, let me see if I can find it now. I go to my desktop, take off the sugar bowl, take off all that, and let's see, go back up to desktop. That's why I like the other computer. I'm able to find things quicker. Date modified. Here we go. I think this might be it. 127. Bingo. Okay. Where'd it go? Okay. Usually I draw lines around it, but you can see now. What do you see? I got to get rid of that. I'm sorry, folks. I'm having a rough time here. Let's get rid of that. Let's see. Okay. This one, and I want this one. Okay. I got it back. So very sorry again. And you'll see in a second that it's going to pop up and it should be on the board. There it is. Okay, and you can see it a little closer up, and you can see how I drew my lines, where I drew them. Okay, and this was drawn. This was on a 2 minute, but it really wasn't. It was drawn on a 1 minute. And I'm going to put this back, and that's why I like when I'm watching a stock. I always like to be exactly where I'm at. But you can see on here, even on the 2 minute, it worked out exactly where I said. Over here in this corner, and here when it opens up. And now we'll want to see if it'll get over this line again. All right, we're still within the channel. Even after we crisscrossed over, I don't even have to draw another one. Okay. Any questions? Mel tells me to practice watching it every day. Tells you to practice what? Paper trading? or he tells you to practice doing trend lines. What does he tell you to practice? I needed to back up a little. Okay. Let's see. I go back to here. My charts. I trade. Level 2. Oh, okay, great. Good. I'm going to go back to that right now. All right, that's a very good thing. Time and sales and your trading. Let's see how I get rid of this thing on my board. Okay, give me 1 second. Boom, I got to get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, time and sales. Here's another thing. Let's look at time and sales for a second, folks. Okay, let's go here. Here's the importance of time and sales. All right, it's not complicated. Remember, in your time and sales, which is right up here, those are the exact numbers of stocks being traded. 100, 30, 120, 500, 1 share, 100. Somebody might be testing with 1 share to see if it's shortable at that point, okay? That's why I do it, and that's why somebody else might be doing it. You'll see them get in with 1 and get out with 1 sometimes, okay? There's your out, there's your in, okay? So they want to see if it's shortable. That's number 1. Number 2, so watch your time and sales. Very important. You don't want to jump in when something is all, let's say, red. You jump in, they see you, they can take your money. All they do, they got what they call hot buttons. Yesterday, Matt mentioned a box. It's a certain kind of a box. I even told him you can find it on eBay. I think it's called a stream box. Stream box? It's called a stream deck. That's it. A stream deck. All right? There's a box called Stream Deck. You need one with about 15 buttons. Oh, I'm typing again the wrong one. Okay, Stream Deck. That's right, that'll work. Stream Deck. About 15 buttons, I think. Something like that. Okay, Stream Deck. And that Stream Deck, you can get them used on eBay. Anywhere between $70 and $100 and something dollars. You put into their function. So I got a function button at the top. Any stock I'm in at the time, that function will work for that stock. Okay, so you hit the button, buy 10,000 shares. The next button, sell 10,000 shares. This one here could be short 500 shares. Whatever you do the same on the other side. The more buttons you have, the more things you can program in there. And you can label them, or you can make a chart for yourself so you remember it until you get it down. And they're so quick, these functions, they will go in alerts. They will go off in milliseconds. Faster than pulling up the stock and doing this, you just hit a button. All right? And I'm actually considering getting one of those boxes and playing around with it. And that might be a good idea to use with, in the beginning, use it with paper trading so you don't mess up, because you might buy a lot of stocks or short a lot of stocks when you don't really want to be in it. Okay? And the level 2, let's look at the level 2. All right? Level 2 is important. Oh, yeah, one other thing. Time and sales. Every stock that gets traded, whether it be a market order, a limit order, or an institution buy order, will always end up in here. Okay? It'll tell you the time, it'll tell you the price, and it'll tell you the date. The amount of shares, I mean. Date, price, amount of shares. Excuse me. Next thing is the level 2. Level 2, if you have to look very quickly, this is 400, 300, 200, 200, 100. So 4, 3, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 1900, about 2,000 shares. There's more below that we can't see. So there's a couple of thousand shares being sold. There's a couple of thousand shares being bought. If there's more on the ask than there is on the bid, then what it tells you is that stock is going to go down. If there's more on the buy than there is on the sell, then that stock is going to go up. And you don't need to write it down. It's going to move too fast. But you can look at it and you can overall see. Right now there's a little bit more being sold than there is being bought. And what that's doing, it's holding these prices and leaving enough of this, which is the cost average, the cost difference between the buy and the sell. That's why it's not moving that quick. So until this tightens up, unless this was moving really fast and it was like this, people aren't going to buy or sell a lot. It's going to move very slowly. I'm losing my voice. What can I do? I'm trying some I have, for the health conscious people, 70 calorie. Oop, upside down. 70 calorie. It's a brownie, and it's got fiber in it. 5 grams. It's a fiber one. Very good for you. Maybe if I eat something, it'll calm my voice down. We'll see. I love brownies, even ones that taste like chalk. Okay. Any other stocks that we're looking at? As we can see, 545, the stock is still there. It's not going anywhere. That was your BMW. This is your BLTE. Still in the channel. It's not only below the 13 day, it's below the VWAP. So it's become very bearish. And at this point, because of what it's doing, I usually take out my drawings because I don't see anywhere where this stock is going to do anything right now. SNOA, this one here, ENVX. This is the one still from before, WDC. Still slightly moving up, but too slow for me. APRN, it's still is a little bullish. I don't think there's much of anything really happening. Okay, so off topic question. You obviously make a lot of money. You got any cool cars or anything like that? No, I'm not into that anymore. I'm too old for that. It's not important to me. My priorities have changed. So if I wanted, I like BMWs, but I'm driving a Kia. I'm driving a Kia K5. Okay, it's a $45,000 car. It gets me from point A to point B. In the last year, I've driven 2,200 miles. Okay, I don't drive much. I'm here 5 days a week. Where am I going? So why do I need a $200,000 car sitting downstairs in the parking lot? So other people can say, "Wow, what a nice car." That's for young people like you. And Deck's one of those guys. He likes to have his cars. He buys them, and then he flips them. He makes a quick $25,000. Very smart. You can learn from him. He'll buy a Lamborghini. He'll play with it for a month, and then he'll flip it to some guy who's probably got bad credit and a lot of cash, and he makes a quick $25,000 or whatever. You know, $20,000. He got to play with it for a month, and he can buy one anytime he needs one. But he realizes that cars are not a great investment. They're just a toy. You know what? You can own and be what you want to be. You know, live the story that you want to tell. That's it. If that's the story you want to tell, that's fine. I've been there. I used to own 2 pawn shops. I was the money man in, as AK would say, Pompano Beach. Okay? For 8 years, I owned 2 pawn shops, and I made a lot of money in my 40s. But I'm not in my 40s anymore, and I don't want to do that anymore. You know? I'm on to the next chapter in my life, and that's stock trading. And fortunately, I'm trying to consistently be a better trader and teach you guys how to be better traders each and every day. And that's why we're all here. Everybody is continuously learning, including Deck. Okay? Deck is trying to learn how to do options. I'm learning how to do options right now. I think options is the way to the next level. I do. Any other stocks we want to look at right now, I'll put them up on the board. But right now, here's one, TDOC. I was looking at earlier. It's been building higher lows, but not very much. It's not a stock that it's expensive. How far did you find that you were consistently making profit? You know, I've had ups and downs. This month, I keep track on paper. Okay. Today, I lost $300. All right. But what I do is every day, and I'll show you. This goes back a few weeks, and I'm going to hold this up. Okay. I say every day, I put all my stocks for the day, and I put them on lists. I actually am trying more to be consistently winning. It doesn't matter how much I make. I won 18 days in a row, and then I lost the next 2. Okay? Sometimes I lose as much in the 2 I lost as I made in the 18. You know, it just happens that way. And I find, what did I do differently in the first 18 days that I won, opposed to the days that I lost? Just like this morning. I chased. Had no plan this morning. I did have a plan. The plan was when the stock came off the bell, I went right in because the board, everybody said it was going to go up, but they were wrong. So I got out and it went down. But the first it went down, I went and I cost averaged down, and I was able to get out with only a $10, $12 loss. I held 500 and it dropped too quick and I ended up losing $280 on that stock. And that was SNOA. And I stopped. I didn't chase it again. You know what? I yesterday I won 390. Today I'm down 359. So it's a wash for today and yesterday. I'm not going to go back now and chase. That's how you lose even more. The other one was Hour. When everybody thought it was going to go up. So when it came out of the halt, instead of waiting like I usually do, I go 1,000, 1,000. I jumped in. And when I jumped in, it went up a little and then it came back down. And I got out with an $80 loss. Now, anytime you lose less than $100, that's a good thing. Anytime you lose more than $100, that's a bad thing. Not that losing is good. Losing is never good. But if you're going to lose, then try to reduce your risk. All right? And move on. Don't chase that stock just because you want to get it out of your losses for the day. Okay? Deck's looking at BMW again. I'll go back. He's trying to tell me. And right now, what I told you before, I don't see it. Another newer IPO stock. Okay? Everything at this time, as long as trend holds, buyers are in full control. And right now, buyers are holding their own. And I told you, it was going to try to get to a certain point. And if it did, which it did, let's see, was this the one before? We were waiting for 490, and it finally got over because I wasn't watching it. So yeah, the buyers were in control, and it got over the 5. So I told you, once it got over the $5, right around here somewhere, there you go. We're 473. Well, you might have got in here, and it jumped right here at 534. You would have made money. And you know what you see? The TTM scalper shows nothing. Didn't, am I in 1 minute? Yeah, doesn't show anything. Didn't tell you to get in or not. Anybody making on any trades today? BLBX may squeeze shorts. That's usually what happens. All right, let me just take a quick look. BLB has been losing all day. It's down $1.40. It's down 30%. It's got a 6 million float, and it's got 22 hours ago. Again, another one, black box stocks, red box, all that stuff. It's down. So, do I have it in my thing? Let's see. BLBX. No, I don't even have it in my list. So, what I want to do... Oh, yeah, I do. It's on the very bottom. So, you can see right there. This stock is flat. I wouldn't even think about trading it. Look at it. It's a flat stock. It's done absolutely nothing. This is definitely a stock. If there was an option, you wouldn't want to be in it because you lose. If it doesn't go up or it doesn't go down, you're going to lose. You're going to end up paying the premium. So, for me, that's not a stock. Right now, BWV is the stock to watch. And that's really sad because there's really nothing going on. Any other questions? I have such a chocolate spot. I love brownies. Better brownies than this, but I'm trying to lose weight. I've actually gotten down from 194 to about 189, 188. I'm trying to bring my weight down back to about 178. I'll probably have to go to the gym today. I got to start going. My wife's been trying to drag me there. Okay. So as you can see, there's really nothing else. I'm going to also go over a few things. I said before, the key to trading is emotional discipline. Talked about the intelligence with the key, then everybody be doing it. What seems too high and risky to the majority generally goes higher, and what seems low and cheap generally goes lower. You don't need to be a rocket scientist. Investing is not a game where the guy with the 160 IQ beats the guy with 130 IQ. You don't have to be, look at that stock, look at BWV. I'm almost tempted. But where is it going to go? If it goes up, all right, and right now there's only 50,000 shares being traded on it. It's going up. So people are thinking about jumping into this thing. If you were going to jump in, you really needed to do it around $4.95 or when it hit $5. This is a very risky stock. You just don't know what it's really going to do at this point. You know, my lower, all right, and I'm going to start this over. I'm going to remove. Well, I'm going to leave this. We still have that lower bar for 475. This here. See, this is where support. You see the support here? Used to be resistance. Look at the lines.
Okay? When it got across those lines, it became all new. That's where support becomes resistance. So I want to take all this out for right now. What can I do? Remove my drawings. Let's bring them up. Let's go to 565, 555, right there. Bingo. Bring it down to my highest point. Bam. All right. There's my new top line. And then I want to take this from right about there and bring it to that one there. The low. Bring it to both lows. And there. Now you can see we're also headed once again for another squeeze. Okay? It's either going to go up or down. Right now, I think it's more that the buyers are in control and they're trying to bring this up. So if this goes above, now the question is, do I want to risk? Do I want to risk trying to get in? Wouldn't it be chasing if I did that? Okay? What is it? DWB? Yeah. Okay. I'm looking at a 6-in-1 now. And I'm saying to myself, is this a stock I can make some money? If I jump in now, what's going to happen? Okay? If I take 500 shares, I want a little pullback first. So I want to see the pullback go to back again about 507 to 510. So a lot of times what you'll see is you'll see a pullback and then a spring forward. A pullback and a spring forward. And that's how stocks move. Not to say that somebody can right now go buy a lot of stocks and go forward. Do you read a lot of books when you were first starting? Not books. I read a lot of stuff online. I'm reading, this is a book right now I'm reading out of. It's by the professor. It says How to Be a Consistent Trader. And I've been reading you certain stuff out of it because there were things, I picked and choose what I thought was important to me that I thought might be important to you. Okay? You should read the whole book. But I have it as an ebook. I will be able to, not today, but you can get with me. I'm going to be giving out something anyway very soon. Is probably around the time of the seminar. I'm putting a booklet together that I've been putting together for over 3 years. And anybody who is a subscribed member of this live stream, I seem to have lost 2 in the last, since this morning. I don't know why. 2 people unsubscribed. But if you go into the library, you can open up another. And the very top where it says subscribe or subscribed, if you're not subscribed, subscribe. And in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be sending off the book. Okay? Hold on 1 second, please. If you have time, please explain if you have time to use time. Why are you use or not use? Because I keep... It's just the same skill learn. I heard Dex say we don't need to use it, and I think AK too. Just let me know. Use what? For later only if you have time. Please explain. Okay, great. I will get with you later on that, okay? Okay. I'm going to bring up something right now. I just want to see what Smitty put on the board real quick. Amazon. Yeah, that's a great book, by the way. I actually was looking at that. You can buy that on eBay for about $10 to $15. You can get a little older version. I think if you buy the newer ones, there is a way to hook up online if you buy it through them. I'm not sure. There's some sort of a disc in there. All right, but yes, Tim Z33 reads a lot of books. Okay, you can get with him. You know who I'm talking about? Let's see, Tim Z333. He reads a lot of books, and you can get with him and ask him about these books. But Smitty, that's a real good book, absolutely. Oh, look at what's going on with. See what happens? I look away for a second, and look at BWV. You see? Now the question is, will it go for a new high a day? Okay. And right now, do you want to chase it? Are you going to chase a breakout? Also, it's got a 6, 7, 8 cent spread, 10 cent spread. Watch the spread. But you see, if you had gone before, when I showed you, look what was going to happen, and I drew this, the lines, I said to you, it looks like it's going to break out again. And that's exactly what it did. And that's why I draw my trend lines the way I do. Okay? I'm going to talk a little about Fibonacci in a second. Somebody asked me a question about Fibonacci. And I'm not going to tell you who wrote it, but what I will say, please explain if you have time why or not to use Fibonacci. Keep getting lectured for not using it. It's just some other skill must learn. I heard Deck say we don't need to use it. Deck does not use Fibonacci. Does that mean he's wrong? No. Deck uses other tools. I want to show you all something real quick, okay? I'm going to show you something. I'm going to go right now
and I'm going to go into my top of the page here, and I'm going to open this up. You see this little shaker? And boy, I'm sorry. Let me get back to that in 1 second. I want to watch this. This stock is amazing. I said before I should have got in about 505, 520 right there. Question is, how much further you think the stock? How much more you think it's got in the tank? Will it go to 575? You think it's going to go for it? It's got 100 now. It is building up. People are running after this stock. So the question is, how far up do you think it would go? Are you willing to risk it for the biscuit? Is anybody here going to get in and jump in now? Would you? It's already posted a new high a day. So, and I told you and I said before, between 140 and 150 around that time, that this stock would move. And it's exactly what it did. I said 530. 130 to 140. And if you look at the stock right about here, you got, there it is, 1340. That's exactly what I said was going to happen. I should have been in it. See, I called it, the alerts were correct, and I didn't do it. Tim's a great guy. He's a real good guy. He stood me up. He was supposed to meet me for dinner last Saturday. He was in Florida, and he made some excuse that he had a sore throat like I got, but I never let that stop me. I would have gone to meet him. Unless I'm really sick. I think, he was tired. It was a long trip. These cruises take a lot out of you. All right, see, if I jumped in, see what would happen? This is why I tell you, don't chase stocks. Plan to sell half at 347 BLBX. I'm not really watching it, Wolfman. 347 BL. That's on the, that one again was a 347. What did you do? 347 BLBX. You went long? Give me 1 second. BLBX. I don't know what to tell you on this stock. I'm not trading it. I'm not looking at it. I wouldn't even be in it. It's flat. Okay? I don't know what you're expecting out of it. So right now, this is where all eyes are. They're all on BWV. And if you looked at the scanner, I'm sure right now it'll show you. Let's see if I still have my scanner open. I think I closed it by accident before. Nope, scanner's open. Let's see. Let's do a quick scan. Boom, 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 boom. What's the top stock? Right there. It's 1, 2, and 3. Right there, okay? So it's right there towards the top. This is the stock that everybody is watching. And it doesn't even have, is that the right one? No, I'm sorry, top one. There it is. Yeah, number 1. This is where all eyes are. So truthfully, right now, you shouldn't be in anywhere else. Best entry stocks that have a volume and a good uptrend. Wait for the pullback. Absolutely. Then wait for the first 5-minute candle to make a new high, if that's the way you trade it. Okay, again, you know what? If we went to the 5-minute candle, which he's talking about, here's your 5-minute, there was your pullback. So you should have got in, like I told you before, at about 495. It's exactly what I said. If I was going to get in, and I looked at that and got that off my 1-minute candlesticks, that I would have gotten around 495. There's your pullback. Okay? But now I got to watch it 1 minute to 1 minute. All right? And I see what he's saying. He went long on the 5-minute candle. That made a new high at 125. Right. PM to 320. You're talking about the other stock now. You're talking, again, you're going to mix these people up. You're talking about BLBX. Everybody else here is looking at BWV. That stock is not moving enough for my likings, okay? It is just too flat. It's in a channel of 20 cents. It just doesn't do it for me. I don't know how anybody else feels. I'm not trying to poo-poo you. I hope you make money on it. It just doesn't do. And that's the only way you trade, with the 5-minute candle. That's what you're saying. That's fine. I don't have a problem. I told everybody in this room before, just because I do something one way and AK-47 does it more like me, does 1 and 3 minute. Just because Matt does 5 minute, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. If you get used to using and trading stocks on a 5 minute and watching a 15-minute to see the direction, whether it's descending or ascending, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. There's 10,000 tools out there. That's what I was about to show you. If you go up here to the little shaker and you go in here to strategies, look at the list here. These are all different tools. Nobody can use all of them. The idea is find out what works for you. And inside here, there is something called EMA and SMA. Those are different tools and how you utilize them, okay? So I use a VWAP, a TTM scalper, and I use my 13 EMA, and I still have the old 250, which I don't even use. I don't even know I have them there. I really don't use them this way. If I need to find out, I have charts.com opened in my, I have charts.com open, and what I do is I just pull it up real quick and put a stock in there, and I'll show you real quick. Okay, paste. I'm going to take this out of here. I'm just going to, oh, I'm in the wrong computer. I can't do that. Give me 1 second. I'll just show you what I do, okay? Charts.com. I think it's stock charts. It is. Don't listen to me. Hold on. I can't watch the board and do what I'm doing. Just give me a second. Okay. Stockcharts.com. So what I do is I go into my chart. I'll put in BWV. Okay. Now what I would do, and I add something. I'm going to show you where I add it so you'll know. Okay. Let's go in here. I do is I have open in the background this stockcharts.com. So all I do is I put my stock in. I daily it, do the update, but the only thing I do is I add here where it says none. I go here and I put in, where is it, for exponential. Let's see, none. It's not none. Let's see, volume? Not volume. What the heck's it under? Give me a second. Just give me 1 second. I'm having a stuck. Oh, I'm missing it on this one too. 13. And that's on, here it is, EMA, SMA. It's not exponential moving averages. Okay. Give me 1 second, and I want to update that. It was off in my other one too. Okay. So you come over here and you put in, let me just see one other thing. Just give me 1 second. Okay, it'll go away. You put in 13 here, and here you want to find, it should say, why can't I find it? Huh. Unbelievable. Only when you're looking for something. Am I in the right place? Pretty sure. Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Here. Goes here. So you want to find here, do exponential moving averages, and just put the 13 in there. So this way, when I open up this chart, I can look over here. I've got my RSI in there, and I have right here, it says 50. The MA, it's undefined right now. Why? Because it's a new IPO. But any other stock, it doesn't matter what it is, okay? Even if I put in Tesla, all right? I can see in Tesla, I can see the 200, I can see the 50-day, the 13, and I can see if I have set up the RSI, all right, which should have been in here. It may not be set up for this one with Tesla. Is the RSI in here? There it is, 14 and above. Yeah, it should be in here. Oh, there it is, 4409. So all the information, and just by opening up this website and checking and clicking and just changing any stock, that's all I got to do is come in here and put in anything I want, even if it's, what else was I watching here? Come on, TDOC I was watching earlier. So this one here, again, all the information is right there at my fingertips, okay? Let's go back to where we were. People are always trying to throw me off. All right, Smitty, thanks a lot for the help. Going to head over to Matt's. Go for it. Yeah, he should be opening up soon. Appreciate it. I'm always here for you, Smitty. And I have no problem. I might head over to Matt's in a little bit myself. Just because I'm losing my voice today and I got to get it back. You know, this happens. I quit smoking about a year ago. I just put it down cold turkey, and I started to lose my voice. And I went to an ear, nose, and throat guy, and he tells me I have inflammation in my vocal cords. That's why I can't do 5 days a week. Next week I'll be perfectly well, or by Thursday I could be perfect. It just comes and it goes. I have special nose drops, believe it or not, that go back and they relax the vocal cords. I hope it never happens to you. Okay, entry 105. Any other questions here? Okay, and as far as the Fibonacci, all right, I'm going to go back into this stock right now, and I'm going to leave my BM. This is what we're watching. I was hoping for a pullback. I might have jumped in, but I called it right there at 550, 520, and back here when it started to come second green, which is about 505. I said 495. I wasn't watching, and that's where I was going to jump in. I had it all ready to go. I had the stock set up, and unfortunately, I wasn't ready myself. So that takes care of that. And for right now, since everything has changed, I'm going to take off these lines for a second. I'm going to remove the drawings, and let's see. I want to make sure that the person who was interested. Somebody asked me about whether or not they should use, if you should use Fibonacci. For those of you, I do use Fibonacci from time, and I teach people how to use it. Right in here, if you change this right there and you go up to percentage, that's a Fibonacci retracement. So if I put this on there, you'll see it'll open it up and say Fibonacci retracements, okay? And when it does that, and you push that button, then you're able to do Fibonacci. Now, what you need to do is change this to about a 5 minute. Let's go, say we're going to do this stock here. What I need to do is go on my other computer for a second. And I need to look up and see what's the high and the low of the day. All right? And is it in here? Yes, it is. The high and the low of the day for this stock is 563 to 326. So I come up here. This is funny. It says 563. It says 564. I'm going to go to 564. 1, 2, 3. Sometimes you can't even hit it. There, bingo. I click, and then I bring this down to 326. All right? Look on the right. You see the numbers? 329, 8, 7, 5, 7. I can't get it. I can get close, but I can't get it. I can't get it. I get 7. That's as close as I'm going to get. Then I go back to my 1 minute. Okay? And now you can see on here it shows the percentages. That's the high of the day, and here's the low. All right, and if I was to buy a stock, I really want to buy it with a retracement of almost 40%, 35, 40%. And you're not going to get that. So sometimes you end up buying in the middle of the day. That's here and here. And that's not the right way. But what this tells you, and this is not a good example because this stock doesn't have a past experience of 200 days. It would show you what the stock did in certain times of the day. So we're only using this stock. You see this? It didn't even go all the way. We're only using it in a time period. Okay, from this time to this time. And it shows you the different steps up. If this stock goes over this, I'll have to change it. But if this drops, then it's got to stay over 513, 512, say 510. This here, it's got to stay over 470. All right? These are legs up and legs down. When you draw a Fibonacci chart, you do it from the top down or from the bottom up. Okay? And what that means, if you're shorting a stock, you do it the opposite. You start from the bottom, whatever price, and you work your way up. So the 100% will be down here, and the 0% will be there. You're going this way. We're going this way, okay? And it'll change the numbers slightly. That's about it. Whether or not you use Fibonacci for this particular stock, absolutely not. There is no real reason. It's not giving you any direction. Where in certain stocks, it will tell you that if it. Oh, I just hit a button by mistake. It'll make a second Fibonacci. I don't want that. Okay, let's just remove the drawing. But what those percentages will tell you over time is where the stock has been maybe the last 200 days and what it's done on certain legs, whether the stock stays up or comes back or what it's going to do. All right, so there's a lot more to learn about Fibonacci, but it's not the most important tool out there. It's just another tool out there. So if somebody tells you you don't need Fibonacci, don't worry about it. It's because they don't know how to use it. All right, and there are people that tell you I love Fibonacci and they use it all the time. But Fibonacci works hand in hand with other charts that aren't available anymore. They used to work with Fibonacci. It's like a MACD. It's like the TTM squeeze here, this part right here, and they work in conglomeration with this actual piece. But this works off an algorithm. So it's what you can't see happening in the background that deflects what numbers will pop up, okay? And there's a lot of information and a lot of videos for TOS on Fibonacci to learn basics and to learn how it works, why it works, and whether or not you should use it. But it's like anything else. You find a tool that works for you, stick with it, okay? Don't keep looking for more tools. Unless you think there's somebody tells you out of sight that this thing is working for them, look at their P&Ls. If it's working for them, then it can work for you too. All right. But other than that, don't keep looking. Finishing my brownie. Don't keep looking for different ways to do different things when the outcome is gonna be the same. Find something that works for you and stick with it. Some people like the 5 minute. I don't. I got used to trading with a 1 minute. When I'm watching a particular stock, I want to watch it on 1 minute. You see the drawing here? You see the way it's going? Now let's put it to 5 minute. What does it tell you? Okay? It looks like it's still going up to me. Okay? So if I was to draw lines again, And if I drew, did I put it back? No, I didn't. See this percentage? Got to go back to trend line. So if I take this here and I hit this right there, boom, and I go to right about here, my high of the day, 564. There we go, bingo. Okay, there's my new line, all right? And then I can go from here, let's see, here's another lowest, switched over to right there. Okay, and you can see it's in a channel and it looks like it's going up. But now when I open up to the 1 minute, it's still in that same channel. You can see it, all right? And as long as it stays above this line here, you're good. You're bullish because it's above the VWAP, and you're bullish because you're right at the 13. You're not below it, you're not above it, you're right there. It's playing with, it's following the 13 EMA. When we can bring it above, what happens is you'll get more volume in and the stock will rise. This particular stock has an even number that it ended on and can very well be the high of the day. And remember, it's an IPO. On the other hand, this stock could go for it. Somebody might say, you know what? There's nothing else happening. Let's see if we can push it up to $6 and see what happens. You don't know. It's a guess. There's a guesswork involved in this on whether or not. I told you, it has a lot to do with the person who's got the most amount of shares who's actually manipulating this stock in one direction or the other. And then you have to look at the percentage of shorts. So if I went into Wall Street Journal right now, and I don't even know if it'll show this, and I put in BWV, okay, it shows me right now, let's see if it'll come up. It shows me that it's got a very small float of 3.44. It could be right, it could be wrong, but it's probably somewhere in that area, okay? And it shows me that it's got 5.9%. All right, it's got 175,000 short sales out there. So you can take the percentage and see what it is to the market cap and to the amount of the public float, and then you have an idea of how much control is being controlled on the shorts versus the longs. Stop is 535, target high on the day is 5 minute candle, made new high. Possible entry now on BMB, and I would have agreed with you 5 minutes ago, right there. Okay, at $5.24, but right now you're at a new high of the day. I don't know if I'd make it on the new high, but I see what you're saying. If I go to the 5 minute, you got a new candlestick right there. So if you could have got in, you would have got in somewhere around 539. What did you say? New entry at 105. What did you say before a second ago? 5 minute, 125 to 320, went long, 5 minutes, good. Traders take a lot of help, go head over to, okay. Entry was at 105. 105. Okay. So if we go to 105, that's about right over here. Right here. 13, 12, 5, right. Here it is, right there. So he ended in here, he brought it across, and he held on. And right now he'd be out at 575. So you are so welcome. Anytime. Possible entry now on BMW stop is 535 target. Okay. Stop. Okay, that's the stop loss, which is about 25-30 cents. I totally agree with that. And right now, I told you a second ago, the traders will probably try to push the stock up to $6. But I wouldn't hold my breath because somebody, watch what happens at 590. Let's see if it goes over 591.2 and if it doesn't drop like a bomb. Somebody's making money here. So you know what? Most people are not going to wait to pay for the breakout, especially on a day like today when what's happening has been happening. I expect a pullback. See what happens. And it just did it. Went to 580 and now it pulled back to 570, went down to 5. Well, there's the low of the candle. That's a 5 minute candle. This is what confuses me. I can't deal with that. All right, but you see, we're still in upward motion. You should have got in this, you say second green, when the green is higher than the first, is 540, about 540, you could have been in the stock. You could have taken up 40 cents. Already took gains on the trade. Excellent, and I said you would. You are not going to wait till $6. You would have taken your gains at around $5.80 or $5.75. What did you take your gains at? What price? Wolf. What price? $5.75, $5.70. Where would you take in your gains? I have a meeting here. Where'd you take your? What price out? What price out? What price out? He won't tell me. See, he left. But I'm telling you, he wouldn't take it more than about 570 because he knows that other traders at 575 is a magic number. Whether it can hold over 575, and it didn't, so they would pull out. So the price that he probably sold is somewhere around 570, anywhere between 570 and 575. Does this make sense? Do you understand the logic behind this? But I understand how they use the 5 minute. It's something that I would have to get used to as a trader to trade that way. Okay? But I know a lot of big traders that do trade that way and they make money. But when they lose more because they lose on a 5 minute candle. So you don't know 1, 2, 3. It could drop on the third. You might not see the total drop until it's too late. Right now it's buckling over. Right now it's building higher lows and higher highs. So right now this stock, if you look right here from right, let's say I'm going to draw another trend line just from here to right here, you can see we're in upward motion, and you can see parallel to the last line I drew. I'll take this one out, but you can see how it's higher up and it's building higher lows. It's going upward, and the channel is starting to get tighter and tighter. So there's a good chance that this stock could push and squeeze up over the $6 mark. On the other hand, you got to be careful. I would not chase this, and I would not gamble on the breakout. Short locate on BMW on trade 0 is high. Yeah, it's been 27. That's what the price was an hour ago. Somebody listed it up above. I think you can find it somewhere. I asked somebody before, and they said, let's see, two times. I don't know where it is. It was up here somewhere. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. 9:30. Maybe it was you that told us. I don't know. But somebody up above did write, here, cost of short, polar bear in Spanish. Somebody did write that before. It was $27. And you know what? That's 25% of what you're trying to make. That's a lot. It's actually a lot. There's your 592.93. Here we go. Here we go. Is it going to break $6? Who wants to take the gamble? Who wants to gamble? You see? You don't know. It's getting a good run, sure. That is a small bull flag pattern. 610. There it is. There it is. It's moving. What's it going to do? Anybody know what it's going to do? I just don't trust it. This stock wants to go. This stock wants to move. I go in, it's going to go back. I know it. It's like they're just waiting for me. I know it. It's got an upper shadow. That's not good. Upper shadow. There's a lot of shares being traded. I know it. There it is. I was going to jump in too. It's a little too high now. 524. Let's see what's going to happen. What's going to happen? Is it going to get me? 510, 524. Bring it back. 624. I didn't jump. Maybe I can make a quick few dollars on this thing. Should have listened to him before. Let's see. What's going to happen? Getting a good run. I don't know where that beep is coming from. 612. Let's see. Somebody's. Okay. I'm not watching for a second. I took my eye off the board. Okay. There's that one. Take that off. Okay. Why am I not? Okay. Let's see what's going to happen. Okay. Changes. 620. Let's see, so getting over 625, 650 is a test tune now. Okay, let's see, 603, 607. It's pulling back. Here's your pullback. Here's your pullback. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? 503. That was it. One more time. Come on. I missed it. I'm going to miss this thing. It's the spread. It's going to kill you. You're going to lose right off the bat. That's it. I missed it. I think it's going to run one more time. 650 is a test 2 now, right? Just great call on the push over 6. Yeah, I did see that. Okay, what's it gonna do? 609. It's trying. Every time they pull back, it springs forward. Pull back, spring forward. Let's see. You still got about 200,000, but it could drop hard and fast. You gotta be careful. Let's see. I hate to make an example of myself. 617, 619. It's too late. 604. I was gonna jump in and I didn't. I hesitated. You see, you hesitate, you lose. That's it. That's the story. End the story. If you hesitate, you lose. Come on. What's it going to do? I think it wants to go, but I'm waiting for one big pullback, which it didn't. It gave it to me, and I didn't take it. There's 605, 604. Come on, 595, 595, 595. Come on. It's holding. Stock is holding. We got second red candle. Second red candle. Risky on the cliff dive. No kidding. But I still want to take it. I really was looking for 595. See what happens. If it hits the 13-day. Your 13-day is about 588. That's why I said 595. Oh, I'm in the wrong place too. Okay. Need to be in this computer. Alright, let's see what's going to happen. 604. I think I missed it again. I missed it. It's not going to come back. It's not going to come back. Come on. Come on. One quickie. I wanted it at a certain place and it didn't hit. I wanted it like 595 to 6. Still coming back. See, that's your fake out. Fake out. Come on. Needs one more pullback. Come on. It's like they're waiting for me so they can take my money, I'm telling you. I need to prove a point to you guys. Why you need to be careful? 607, 605. Come on. Because I'll end up buying twice. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. I gotta wait till it settles now. But that's it. That was the one right there. Let's see. It's gotta go down a little lower. We can go down as low as 588. Anybody else thinking about getting in? Tell me now. On the board. Anybody else? Come on. Who wants to take that risk? You want to risk it for the biscuit? People get too nervous and take their profit and sell off maybe. Yeah, but it ain't Friday. It's only Tuesday. Okay. Ready? Ready? Ah! Come on. Gotta risk it for the... It wants to hold. Let's see. There's still... All right, the volume slowed down a little, too. 74,000. 629. I didn't even see that. New high. I didn't see that 629. It just popped up to 629. 620. Wow. If you're going to buy anywhere, it's got to be real close. I told you, 588 to 595 was what I was looking for. I would have jumped in. Here we go. Go on. I'm not chasing. Actually, that's what it is. You're right, Adrian. It is chasing. And good afternoon. Did you bring tacos? It's Tuesday. Where's my tacos? No, I can't. It's a new IPO, and it's too expensive. It's $27 per 100, which makes it $270 per 1,000 right off the bat. What do you think? Is it going to go up? Huh, Adrian? Going up? Going up? Going up? Where's it going? Call me up. Get on the phone. I really want this. What's going to happen? What is going to happen? It's 219. What is going to happen? Ah! It screwed me. What happened to my... Okay. There it is. All right. It dropped right after I bought it. I got in 601. Not good. I'll get out at 590 if it drops again. Let's see what happens. 500 shares. There you go. Come on, come on. I'm still down. It's got to be 601. Go. Come on. There we go. Go. Come on. Come on. Just to say I made some money. Just to say I took the chance. I did it for the hell of it. Made a quick $45.50. What did they say? Hold on. Darn it, I didn't see it. You sent the response. Thanks. We'll talk after. I can't talk now. Okay, let's see. Risk it for the biscuit. And you can all see. Jumped in. Quick. $45.50. And there you go. And it's still going. And if I look right now, I can see that I got in at 601, which was not a bad entry, and I got out at 610, 611, where it's at right now. Okay? So I just made some quick money. I made some quick 45 cha-ching on 500 shares. You can see on the top right there. I jumped in, I jumped out. I got in a good spot. Okay? But I also got out at 610. And that's what I was looking for. And that's why I said I was looking for the pullback more towards here, which was 585 to 588. It didn't hit. So I missed it. It was cheaper. I should have got it in then at 597, but I missed it. And I went for 601. And I still think if I stayed in, I'd be good, because I think the stock will run for another high of the day. I think that it's not done yet. Okay? So this helps to reduce slightly some of my losses for the day. I won 2 stocks and I lost 2 stocks. And this is BMBWV and plus $45.50. That's so funny. I did the same thing last week with you guys. It was a 45.50 win. So, okay. I always write everything I do on a piece of paper. I keep track of everything I do. And here's the pullback. 581, 588, just like I said. But you got to look at the sell, because even though you're going in the buy, you got to watch that sell price. If it falls too low, which it's doing, and it's going below, you see here? It's going to have a bigger pullback, and it might pull back to old resistance, which was about 575. So I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a good chance it can happen. And that's what Fibonacci would show you. If you had my Fibonacci was set up right now, it would show the pullbacks in different stages, but it's not a great representation with this stock, because this particular stock is an IPO, and I would say that with IPOs, I wouldn't use Fibonacci, okay? It's not going to give you a true reading, but you can set up Fibonacci's on time periods. Let's say from back here at, let's say you could have gone from around 12 o'clock today, which would have been about here. Yes, 12:50, right there. So you can go from here, 12:30, let's say, to this time here. And you see the pullback? I got in, I waited, I saw what was happening, I got out at that high. That's what I was waiting. I knew the pullback would give me one more spring forward, and when it did that, I had to take my change. And it's a good thing I did, because right now, I would have been down about $150. So that's not good. So that's 3-1 in the wrong direction. I won't say I got lucky. I think that's skill. But I'm going to tell you, as new traders, you can't always do that. When I stay concentrated, if I wasn't teaching today, I could have made money this afternoon. And when I lost this morning, I walked away and I did not chase it to try to make it back. That's a big mistake that you'll end up losing even more, and then you'll kick yourself in the head. And I know Adrian's in the room if he's still here. We used to do that all the time. And we couldn't figure out why we kept losing more. And that's the reason. And now we both know better. So I'm not saying I never do it, but I am saying, you know, Wait a second. Where's that? That's not right. Here's my. Hold on 1 second, folks. Where's my tacos? It's Taco Tuesday, man. Where are my tacos? Okay, 2:25. What's going on in the world today? Okay, is Dex finished? He doesn't even have a streamer going. Nothing. That's it. In and out. Done. Where did he go? Best play for the afternoon. Big dump. RQ. I like to watch. I go over there once in a while. All right. We're losing some people here. I guess Matt's up and everybody's going over to Matt, right? Is that the deal? Oh, shoot. Matt, Batman of the Stocks, 82. He's taking over. I just want to say for those of you that have not subscribed, very soon I will be giving out a free pamphlet book of those of you that I've been preparing for the last. Have not subscribed. Hold on. Very soon I will be giving out a free pamphlet book of those of you that I've been preparing. Okay, that I've been preparing over the last 2 years of tips that I've been putting together that I'm going to give out. So I'm going to give it to the people that are subscribed because I will be able to get your email address then, or you can send me your email address. But just go into the lobby or open up another lobby for a second and just go in there on the top right where it says subscribed or subscribe. If it says subscribe in white, just subscribe so it turns black and says subscribes. I would appreciate it. And that's really about it. I've gone over quite a bit of stuff today. And what I'm hoping that now, if anybody has any questions, he's not even live yet. I just checked out his room, and Matt's not live yet. Not that I can see. He's looking. He's there. Probably has to go blow his nose again. Just kidding. Okay. Some of you might want to go in there. Look at the bounce on. Yeah, I know. I'm watching it right now. And if you looked, I got in at that the other bounce. I got at that other part where you can see here, right above here, and I took it up, and then I got out at 210, which was about 610, which was about here. It went to about 610. It might have hit 615, but I couldn't get out of there. My sell was at 610, and I got out, and I made a quick $45. When everybody said, don't do it, I said, no, this is active trader. I'm getting in. You can't risk it for the biscuit, then you don't get to eat. Nothing like cold, 8-hour-old coffee from this morning. Let me just get my water. That takes care of that. And now I got the water. We're all set. In case I get thirsty. And my vitamins. I already took those. Matt's blowing his nose. Yeah, again. Yeah, you know what he's doing. So now you can see where he was talking. Look at that drop. So if you look at that drop, there was a great entrance point right. You see when it went down to 665. Here's your first green, second green. When the second at 580, you could have got it at 580. You'd be up 10 cents right now, and it might even go higher. It hit 6 something already, 608. So you see when it pulled back, it's the only stock that's really happening. That would have been a great play. Can you all hear me? Everybody hear me? Adrian, can you hear me? Just want to make sure my volume is okay. Can anybody hear me? See me, hear me, feel me, touch me. The Who. Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I gotta take that beeping noise off. I changed the locations. Okay. And I went over stockcharts.com. We looked at the technical analysis of the financial markets, the book. Good book. I'm going to keep that open. I want to check that out again. I'm looking through a few stocks real quick. TDOC is still up. LCID is still up. Why am I getting double beep here? I've been twice? Oh, that's Matt's room. Okay, hold on. Let me just put his messages on click too. I'm just watching it, but I'm not really in it. Okay. So there's a couple of stocks I'm looking at. BLTE, which was another IPO today, is still at 279. This one here, ENVX is still up. VAX, really not doing anything anymore. I'm probably going to get rid of it. Yep, it went down. That one cost me money. No, that one I made money this morning. Not much, but I made a few dollars. I'm going to leave that for now. Hour cost me this morning about $87. I got out. It did cost me, and now it's at 8 cents above, so that stock's dead. RDBX, that's a stock to always keep your eye on. It goes up and down. It's an entertainment, Redbox, and Reddit pushes that stock, so definitely a stock worth keeping your eye on. SNOA, which did take my money this morning because I listened to somebody I shouldn't have. I'm not mentioning any names. APRN, another one. I remember that one when COVID came out. Apron Holdings was a company that delivered food, I believe. So it was pretty much in the light of the life, going up and down. Okay, Apron there, and that one is 345. That goes there, 4, 5. I like to put them in order of price in my thing, and BLBX, which I'll continue to keep an eye on. All right, so we can go. I think the only stock that's really moving, I can go back up to my watch list, and I can go down, and you'll see nothing happening. This one here, Sanoa, nothing happening. Here's another one, SUN, which is another, I believe that was another, I think that was another IPO. And that one there is still not happening. ENVX, not happening. And then tomorrow, if none of these stocks, I'll go through my list, and whatever stocks are dead and not happening. So like if I went down to BLBX, this stock to me is dead. I don't know why the guy was trading it. RDBX is a stock that goes up and down. I still have a line left in here. I'll remove it. HCDI is a stock that's down, but I keep some of them that have easy to buy. You see, they do come back, and they're stocks that you can go long. So if you look at these stocks, well, that's Amazon. Amazon is a stock that always goes up and down. That's the SPY. You can always trade the SPY. Tesla. These are all stocks you can go up and down. SQQ, of course, goes the opposite of the SPY. What do we got here? Facebook. Cheap enough where you can still trade it. Probably better if you traded it in a option, which I'm learning more and more. And the more I learn, the more I'm going to teach to you guys. I got to go look for my buddy who I talked about doing options with. I don't know if he's here, and that's F. What is that? N. Who's in the N's? Nobody. He's not here today. Oh, maybe he is. Let's see. N. No N's. So he's not here. Maybe he's at my friend's room. Let's just see. Just for curiosity for a second. A-N. No, he's not here today. I'll have to check up on him later. Maybe picking up his kids at school. Okay, and Deckmore. Let's have a great power hour ahead. Keep crushing it, traders. If you have any questions, please ask me in my chat. I am here for you. I checked his chat. I didn't see him there. So I left. Let's see if he's back. I don't know. His chat room didn't open. Deckmore. I guess it pays if you click on his box. I should have known because his webinato is still there, I think. All right, YouTube. Nothing's going on at Deck's room. So he's not even there at 2:30. So he's there, but he's watching the room. He's not doing anything. I'm going to leave the volume off just in case I'll leave it low in case he comes back in. I don't see anything happening. Okay. All right. Any questions? Anything that you would like me to go over? Anything, any questions in your mind on things we hadn't gone over? Right now, we're still watching. We're still waiting. I want to go back to where I was with BWV. And we're back at a pullback. It's 374. The question is this stock done? Okay. Will it run again? And again, if I went from last support places here and here, all right, there's my line for right now. Again, let's go to the 629, right? Let's see, 629, 628, 7, 9, 10. It's very hard to get it right on sometimes. There we go, bingo. All right, I take that and look for a high point, which is right there. All right, so you can see, here's a new point made on a new timing, and it looks like we're either going to crack here, or we're going to turn around and it's going to squeeze up. So we don't know that. It looks like right now it's still dropping. Let's give it 35 minutes more. I have a strong feeling that'll try one more time, 650. You know what? I kind of agree with you for two reasons. One, 629 is not a real high of the day. And I don't see that there's many other stocks that are being traded. So if right now I go back into my watch list, my scanner, set up at 4.5%, stocks over a minimum of 50,000, and I scan, let's see, and that's under $95. There's not very much in there, but if you look what's on top, is BWV, okay? And if you look here, this stock up a little bit, AERC. So what I can do right now is, hold on, I'm going to take AERC, and I'll just put it in my watch list for now. Keep an eye on it. Then I got this one here. It's moved about 50 cents. EVLO. I think I dropped that in there before. And let me see. DE. No, I did not. So I'm going to put EVLO in there. Check it out a bit. Okay. And then I'm going to go look TCSB. Let's scan again real quick. Real quick scan. Oh, we're in 10 minutes. That's no good. I'm sorry. Let's go back to 5. Last 5 minutes. Should be less. And it is. We got BTTX, which seems to be climbing again. And why am I getting these beeping noises? I'm only in here. It must be Dex room. Hold on. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. And CYT 234. This has no movement at all. And this one here opened to 164. And it's got a little moment and a low. It went down first and then it took off. BTTX. So really it's not much happening here. Let's drop this down to 40,000. Okay. Why am I getting these beeping noises? It should not be beeping. Unless... Oh, you know what it is? I'm sorry. Mel. All right. Active checking old Dud's room or whole body. You're funny. And since Mel is a moderator, we're going to make him a moderator here too. Out of respect. And... checking old Dud's room. Well, right now we're checking stocks to see what's moving. I got my scanners up, and as you can see, there is not really anything happening here. Nothing really new. I hit it again, go back. A couple of more showed up, and you'll see again, BWV is on the top of the list. This is not much of a flux change here. Here, same thing. There is not much happening, folks. So what I'm going to do is go back to the chart and just watch this one here. And if I want to, I can make my chart larger and watch it this way. And as you can see before, I told you it was going to squeeze, probably down, and there it is. There's the down. Okay? And that's what happens. Right now, we don't know when it's going to hit. It could hit at power hour. It could hit in a few minutes. We just don't know, you know? Sometimes you just got to sit and you got to wait. You got to be patient, all right? I only hit this thing with 500 shares for a quick in and out to make a quick scalp. Nothing real great. And days like today where you have feds, you're going to have days like this where you're going to get pump and dumps. So if you're not in quick on the pump and dumps, don't jump. And you're going to have IPOs. If you don't get in, the first one's in, you'll be the last one out. And then you're at the mercy of wherever you held the bag to. That's what it comes down to. Don't be a bag holder. Don't get into a stock like an IPO and it doesn't go the way you want and it comes back down really low like here and say, I hope it comes back. Active Trader said it's probably going to go for a new high of the day. It could. There's a possibility. But also there was a possibility that if you were in at 595 or 590, that you should have been out about 20-25 cents away from there. You should have had a stop loss in place. Okay? Because we don't work on hope strategies. It just doesn't work that way. Why isn't it changing? Okay, on my board. What is going on here? I don't know what's going on here. Let's get rid of this. Blue water. This, Wall Street, and that. This must be some delay because I'm watching something and it's totally different than what you're looking at on the board. I want to just give this a little bit of a... Hope I don't lose you guys. Different than what you're looking at. All right, there we go. All right, it was a delay on my end. And I refreshed my own page to bring up the new what I'm really looking at. Okay, so we're in the right place at the same time. See, that's the problem with YouTube. There's always such a delay, and it makes it really tough, especially when somebody's talking about a stock and it's going to. There's too many green lines in here. I got to get rid of some of this. These are old lines. Let's just get rid of all of them. Get rid of all the drawings. The top one is still correct. Okay, actually I could have adjusted it a little bit more. You could have adjusted it from here down to here. All right, it'll just change it slightly, show you the direction of the stock, and then you can do these two from the lows from here to here. All right, and when you do this, now you have a new direction of where stock is going to squeeze in that channel. So we've changed it as it's moved from here to here. We've changed the boxes. Okay. Some people leave them all day long. If you go into Deck's room, let's say, I don't know where he's looking at right now, but just for curiosity, I'd take a peek over there. He's not even on the same stock. He's looking at GYTH. Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. So really, things change, and that's why Fibonacci, I've learned you can change out in periods of time. So let's say 1400 is 2 o'clock up to now. You can change a Fibonacci, but not on IPOs. On IPOs, you are not going to get the true meaning of what's going on in the backgrounds. Okay, you need a stock. Look at the SPY, how it's dumping. And let's go to a stock like SQQQ. All right, another one, real good stock. You can make a lot of money. So you see, as the SPY is dropping right now, you see how far up what that SQQ looks like? Now, if we look at the SPY, it's the same thing in the opposite direction. Okay, so if you bet against the SPY, you want to go with an ETF or one of those stocks, whatever those electronic funds. I'm sorry, wrong one. That's SPY again. SQQQ, you know, and I would say go with this one because it's the cheapest stock. Then working, instead of shorting the SPY, I go long on SQQQ because I can buy more shares. Okay, and you can see right here, this stock here, you could have purchased at about 46.50, and you made almost 9/10 of a point, 0.8 of a point. The stock really went up big time. So these are stocks you have to watch. But if you look at the whole overall day, even though it's pulled back a few times, look at this. If you came in at $45 and held tight, you can see which way the markets are really going, and that's down because this stock is going up. Okay. So let's see. I have EDOC. Let me see if I can change one of these real quick. Give me a second. Let's go put the SPY in here. I'm going to change that to SQQQ. And these stocks are called, they're Ultra Pro Short QQQ SQQQ shares. Okay? And they go up and down. But in the long run, if a markets are dropping, that's what you want to be in. I remember about 2 years ago, we used to be able to go with TVXX or something like that. And what's his name bought like 50,000 shares. Taylor Trader, where he got in really quick and he made 50 grand. The markets were just dropping so quick. He jumped in, and a day later he swung it overnight, got out and made 50 grand. Now he's done the same thing with some others. He's made 150 grand. You know, there's a lot of money. If you have money, money makes money. You know, and that's what you need to know. But you can start off with a smaller amount and learn how to do options and have a lot of leverage and buy a lot of the big boy stocks that some of the other traders are using that you can't afford yourself. You can leverage them. As long as you call the right way a few times, you can really build your account very quickly. You can take a small margin account with $9,000 in it, and even if you have 2-to-1 margin or 3-to-1 margin, you can actually utilize that and buy a lot more contracts. All right, and every time you buy a contract with an option, it's 100 shares. So you can actually manipulate your monies to really grow if you call the right shots. And if you don't know, hang out with somebody here who does know what they're doing and seems to be making money every single day in and out, who does options. All right, for some of you smaller traders, learn how to do options. Learn it. Stop doing it at nighttime and watching your favorite TV programs, the Housewives of New Jersey and, I don't know, NCIS or whatever it is that you're watching, and open up those videos and start studying. You got free courses on Thinkorswim. You got free option trading courses, and I gave you another one, which I think was called what was that one? It was called Thinkorswim. I see, Alpha. What was it called? Option Alpha. OptionAlpha.com. And find the options in there, and you can learn. There's a lot of free sources online. Look at the drop. Look at the drop on SQQQ right now. Look at the reversal on that one. Okay, that means the SPY just went from 414.16 up to 415. It jumped $1, and that one dropped $1. They work against each other. Now, Mel's talking about NEG. Stop watching Masks. There you go. NEGG. Okay, NEGG, $6 stock, went up about 28 cents. And let's see. The big thing is, he comes in with a lot of stocks that I know the company. Let's just put it in real quick. NEGG, and then let's go in and how did I lose that thing? Let's see. Put this back in here. Go to NEGG. Put my symbols in order. Go down and NE. What do I do with it? Oh, come on! Tell me I spelled it wrong. That's one here. I think this is it. I put the wrong stock. Okay, hold on. Let's put in NEGG. Enter. Okay, NEGG. Here you go. So here's your stock. All right. Let's get rid of the time it sells for right now, so it makes our chart a little larger. And let me put back my watch list just in case I need to switch back real quick. I can't. This is the wrong one. Let's go. There we go. Okay. So NEGG. You can see it went all the ways up, but hard to borrow. So I don't know if we can short this or not. All right. We won't know until we take a shot at it. It went up to 696. Got to wait one more shot to see if it's going to go up. Otherwise, you can take a small starter's position in NEGG right now. Let me just put this in here. NEGG. Okay. And let's just say for the hell of it, let's put in one share. One share. And it's still going up. It's got some high upper shadows. Let's see if I can even short this stock. What are you thinking, Mel? Are you still here? Is Mel still here? Or is he making his rounds? Mel's here. Okay. Mel, do you think it's going to... Oh, there it is. Too late. I waited too long. I looked away for a second. You can't do that. You just can't do that. I don't know now. I don't know if it's worth it. Okay. I was going to just put one share just to see if it was going to continue to go down. You think it's still going to go down? Okay, so let's see. I should have hit it a little higher. Let's see. Let's go to 100. And yeah, that's too late. It's dropping too quickly. It's dropping. You can't chase it. Should have done it when he said. Too late. Right. That was the entry. All right. It's too late, baby, now. It's too late. Though I really did try to make it. And I don't know at this point of whether it was shortable or not with TOS. That's the problem. So just for the dang of it, I'm going to sell one stock. It is. It's holding up there. It didn't take it. I'm just going to stop it. It didn't take it, but it put it up there. So there's a good chance that it is shortable. It's going back up, so I can try again. Usually it would reject it. It didn't reject it. It did put up one share. And I already took it away. I just wanted to see if it was shortable. It could jump up one more time. You might get another chance. All right? So we'll have to see real quick. It's not too late, Mel. It's never too late. Because this stock will probably come back down to around, when it's all said and done, let's look at your 5-minute chart. This is when it's going to drop when I'm doing this. See, that's why I don't like the 5-minute. According to this, I've got a lot of leeway. Go back to around 625, and a lot of times they end up lower than they started. But it did have support all day at around 625. So let's see what happens. Let's see. Let's go back to a 1 minute. 663. Too late. Don't tell me it's too late. See, as it is, I couldn't get in anyway. Even with one share, I tried, and it couldn't get in. So I can't feel bad. TOS, it doesn't always have. It's a pump and dump, and every time it pops, yeah, it's going to dump back down. No question about it. A lot of times, Mel's right on the numbers. He comes in with these stocks. You got to move fast. You know, you cannot take your time. you got to just go for it. Take his word. When he says short it, it's going to go down. And that's important. Let's go back to here. Put it to the highest percentage top. So right now we're still watching it. It's not breaking apart yet, but it will. It will. And it'll probably end up lower than it started in its day. And if I look at, let me see, what was this? NEGG. Let's see if I have it in here. NEGG. Okay. NEGG, Newegg, great company. I used to buy from them. It's got an 8.5 million float and no news today. No news today and an 8 million float. So this stock's going to come back down, but where, nobody knows, because like I said, it's got a day's range of 623. It opened at 650. It could open higher than it could end up just about where it's at now. You don't know that. Okay? We won't know till later. Got a lot of stocks in here. SQQ, TDOC, LCID. I don't think this is happening. I'm going to get rid of it. LC. But it's a stock that goes up and down. I'm going to hold on to it. I'll keep an eye on it. Indo, another one that's up. I'm just going through everything that's in my Yahoo Finance I've saved. Indo is $8. It's another one goes up and down. Very, very low volume. I'm going to get rid of it. Okay. Here's another one. LCID. I'm going to get rid of it. Very low volume. SOUN. I'm going to hold on for another day on that one. BLT, same thing. These are new IPOs. ENVX is up over 3 points. VAX went up today, came back down, gave me $10 and it left. It's a good thing I got out when I did because it just dropped. I took a shot and it was too late, but I got out on time. Here's Hour. There's another one. Hour did nothing today, but take $87 of my money. So I'm going to get rid of that one. It's a loser. With fleas. Active, how much for the day? I'm down today. No, I'm down. I lost a few dollars. I listened to the room and I jumped in right as the bell rang on SNOA and it got me for $280. So that was my loss for the day. I really didn't make much. I made on two stocks, little, $60. So I really did very little today. More, spent time. I was doing some options, catching up this morning, and I was also, I've been online doing this since 11:30. So it takes a lot out of you. Plus, I haven't been feeling good. You can hear it in my voice. How did you do, Mel? 3,000? It's a slow day. 1,500? How did you do today? See, I took my eye off the prize, and every time I do that, it goes up. BMV. I told you it was going to go for a new high of the day right here at 540. Could have got in around 535, 56. What is that, 6? Oh, that's over here. That can't be. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. About 550, 560 here, and you could have taken it all the ways up. We said it would hit a new high a day, which it did, 635. Because we said 629, I remember, is the old high, was not a real high of the day. And if I stuck with it and I didn't get myself taken off board by looking at another stock that did nothing for me, then we would have probably been in the money. And as you see, I jumped in once already for a quick $45. I probably would have jumped in again. But when I get distracted, other stocks that, it's just too late for. But he did give us enough information at the time to short it. I just don't know if it was shortable for us. I tried even one share and it did not fill. But most of the time, like I said, when it comes on the board, it wasn't rejected. It just didn't fill. And that's what it means to me is like I could have been a quarter of a tick off. You know what? You could put it in for $6.58 and it could be at $6.58.99 and you could be 9/9 off of a tick. Okay? And that'll prevent you from getting filled. So I got a feeling it was fillable today. And the big thing is, even on that one, which we said was is that? WDC. Neg is back down to 662. Where I told you it'd probably end up around 665. Only 445 in the big account, small 180. Yeah, because it was, you gave it back. Because it's the feds and everything. That's what happened to me. Did you give it back on SNOA by any chance? SNOA took me down. SNOA took me down. So it happens, you know. And I think this could be a high for the day for the stock. We'll have to see. We're 6 minutes away from the hour of power. And you want to hear a funny story, folks? Yesterday, you see my name. There's a blue circle around it. And I said to I went to two other traders who had live thing going. Oh, your name's got a blue ring. I want one of those. How do I? Dex got one too. How do I get one? And it's like they don't know. They don't know how you get it. I go, oh. Then I finally figured it out. I went inside for a second. If you're live, you get that blue ring around your name. There's no app or anything to put it there. It was the funniest thing. I was going nuts for about 5 minutes trying to figure out how to get that blue thing. I liked it. No matter what changed, it always had that blue thing. And I kept changing the little circle and putting different things inside of it. And I just like that. And it says traders, what does it say? Traders to chat with or something like that. It says traders, chat with traders. That's it, I'm sorry. Chat with traders. That's what it says in the middle. I just changed it to have something different. I usually have the microphone up there. So, or the little zigzags that show a graph. I got tired of the same old. And I don't want the monkey. In case all of you don't know, you see Deck used to have the monkey. Adrian for music designed the monkey. SOUN and a small FLCGC. I didn't play with that one. SOUN, I never got in that one. That was the other IPO. Those are the ones that you lost on. Oh, and those. Okay, but at least you made money today. You know, I made money yesterday and I lost it today, so it's, up and down. I'm learning options right now. I'm actually doing 3 option classes slowly and learning a lot about them. So I'm probably going to start trading options in a bit, probably a week or so. And what I learn, I'll bring to the room and teach you or those who want. I'm not going to make it more mainly about options, but I'll throw a little bit in for those that are interested and spend 10-15 minutes. And there we go, folks. A new high. We're still at 635. It's trying. 638, 639. Look at it go. Who wants to chase the rabbit? 645. Let's go with the options. And it's you, the one I'm supposed to do it with. So we're going to talk a little later. I have an idea that I think maybe you'll go along with. Okay. Let's see what's happening. I said you were probably busy, Yandre, probably out there picking up your kids from school. Because I didn't see you. I checked the rooms, and I didn't see you around. Today and tomorrow is not a good day to play with those things because of what's happening. Unless you're going to short, probably do some puts because of what's happening with the... and I agree with Deck. I did do some reading online that they're probably going to raise interest rates about a half a point. 0.5%, or 0.05, whatever it is. Not a quarter of a point, but a half. So we'll see. Oh, look at the drop. Who wants to get in now? 667 down to 630. Who wants to take it, or you think it'll be a fake out, breakout, and then a bust? All right, 8. Look at the time. Oh, thing, come back. Is that? I love that. That is so cute. Oh my Lord, bye. Don't let my cat see that. She'll get really paranoid. She thinks she's being eaten. I take out the vacuum and she goes nuts. Okay, so. What do we got here? We are almost ready for one of my favorite times of the day. Okay, we got 1. It's time for snacks. It's the happy hour. And that puts us 1 minute to power hour. I love that cat thing. That is so cute. I gotta show that to my cat. Save image. Okay. Come on up. I can't save it? It won't let me save it here. Save image as. It won't let me. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Cat in couch. And who's here? My cat. She just touched her whiskers on me. She's here behind me. I don't know how many of you saw her walk in. Okay. Hi, baby girl. Don't touch my pad. That's mine. She loves paper. She loves to sit on my paper. Can you folks hold on for 1 second? I just have to go get the little girl something. She wants her treat. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta get it for her because she's such a good girl. Hold on. You stay. Don't move. All right? You want to get that for her. I got a treat for you. Here you go, baby girl. Give me a second. Hold on. 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on. Hold on. And since you like sitting there, I'm going to put them over here. Alright? There's a mouse to play with there. Go ahead. Okay, that's my baby. I took care of her. Alright. Get rid of this. T-phone. Darn it, I didn't see a response. That's going to go to the worst thing in education. Trust me when I say it's really nice. Really nice. One of you sent me a beautiful comment. You know what? I'm not going to say who it is, and they're still here, but it says they wrote me something. I had actually sent them something because, you know, they wrote, "Darn it, I didn't see you sent the response. Thanks for the encouraging words. Thanks for the education in your room today. Trust me when I say this. Your sessions are always good for 2 to 3 nuggets of gold. Many chatters have no idea what they are missing out on. Someday, I'll be able to quit the 9 to 5 and cash in on the wisdom that you provide. You are amazing, and I can't thank you enough." I think that's so awesome. Thank you so much. You know, if you can help one person out there, if you know that you're just getting through to at least one person, it's all worth it. So I don't care if I've got 22 people in here right now or I've got 200 people in there. Some of them have the masses of people in there, and that's not always the most important thing, is to have the masses. What's important is to know that you're getting through to somebody, okay, on some sort of a level that each and every time you come in here and they're there, they're getting so much out of what you have to say. And that's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So, just give me 1 second. I need to just do something real quick. Somebody here is getting a lot of what I'm doing, and it's just great. I gotta open up a Word document for a second. This computer's so slow. It used to be so quick. Maybe switching it to some hard rocking tunes. I can't play music in the background like I did, and I'll tell you what happened. About 2 weeks ago, I think not last week, the week before, I was playing tunes for you guys in the background, very low while we were chatting, and I said to you, it was about 4 o'clock, and I said, you know what? It was Bob Dylan, and I said, he's such a son of a bitch, because I met him once in the city and blah, 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 and he just gave me such a rough time, like he was such a cool guy, you know, but I love his music. And later that night, they took the video that we made off, and you can't see the video for that day. I think it was last Thursday, and I can still see it. It was done because SME infringement rights on the Bob Dylan song. Out of all the music I played, that one there, beep. You didn't hear the word I wanted to say. Beep. They took off the video, so I have to see if I can edit it down, because it's at the end of the day, so we can utilize the rest of the video for training purposes. Because it was a really good day, and it was a really good video, which really stinks, you know? Yeah, so I'm not playing any more music in the background. Nobody else has gotten tagged, or at least they haven't told me, like AK. He plays music during the taping at times. I don't know how he's turning it off. I tried to ask him, but he didn't give me a good enough answer. How I can, if I pause the stream, can I pause? If I pause the stream, does the actual monitor keep on going live, or just pauses the recording of the stream? I don't know. I haven't figured out how to do it yet. There's a way to stop it, the recording, and then, like when you're not talking, you take a few minutes out, instead of having a blank space when you take a break. You know, I don't know how to do everything, and some of you newbies need to come teach me something. Thank you, T-Farm. I didn't mention your name. I usually don't do that. It was kind of personal, but I just wanted to share with the room what you had said. I'm just so grateful that somebody gets a lot out of what I have to say. You know, I'll tell you something. It's good for me too, because not only do I learn from you guys, and you feed me with so much extra stuff, it reinsures what I teach, especially when I start reading stuff. And like here, here's something. Focus, patience, wise discernment, non-attachment. The skills you require in mediation and the skills you need to thrive in trading are the same. So let me tell you again, Warren Buffett said this. Focus, patience, wise discernment, non-attachment. The skills you acquire in mediation and the skills you need to thrive in trading are the same. There's a lot of good stuff you can learn from this booklet. How to be a consistent trader by the professor. Like I told you, I took a few pages, about 10 pages, and I pulled in certain parts, and I just wanted to read a little here and there and pull out something. The cotton trade was almost the deal breaker for me. It was the point that I said, Mr. Stupid, why risk everything on one trade? Why not make your life in a pursuit of happiness rather than in pain? That was by Paul Tudor Jones. So when some people say put all your money into one big trade and go for it, don't do that. You'll put yourself in a world of hurt and a world of pain if you lose. But you don't have to lose at all. You just have to learn how to reduce your risk and make sure that if and when you do lose, you lose less. Like this morning, I got out at 87. I told you, anytime you take a loss under $100, that's the same as a win. But if you lose more than $100, that's a loss. Okay? So try to keep your losses contained. Reduce your risk. Don't sit there and hold the bag saying, I hope this gets better. I hope this comes back. Hope is not a strategy. Okay? We always have to plan. Try to stick with the plan. Oh, it's going to hit me out. I have $100 stop loss, and bingo. Look at that. High, 672 on BWV. So here we are. It's still going for a new high day. I still think it might go for $7, but remember, it's got to get over 675, which it just did, and it's got to hold in order for it to get to the next leg. And it also has to have a pullback for it to spring forward. So let's see what's going to happen. Anybody want to risk it for the biscuit? There's Tim, right after me, saying another high of the day for Z333. Nice of you to stop by there, Tim. Haven't seen you all day. I'm just going to assume that, let's see, that's it. AK took a break. Anyway, it's good to see you, man. Good to see you. What happened? He took it off? I see. That's so weird. There it is. Wrong room. He's in the other room. I thought he was in here. See, that's what happens when you open up too many things. You get lost in your own chat. Okay. What else we got going on here? Who thinks this thing's going for $7? BWV. Any takers for $7? BWV. What's? Let's see. What's the target? $7. I say $6.95. Big drop. Let's see. That's what I would do. If I was holding it all this time, I'd wait for that 690, 695, boom. Because I don't bet on breakouts. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. There's not really much of a lot of other things happening. So it could happen. It could very well happen. The screen's going to flash for a second. Sorry about that. When you touch everything, I'm thinking, yeah, let's see. You know, I might agree with you. It might try a few times, but I wouldn't bet on the breakout. I just wouldn't. And let's see. Everybody was saying 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Let's see it on a 5 minute. Okay. So if you look at the 5 minutes, that's the way he gets. And the first big would have been here. So he would have got in about 680. Okay, and where would you find yourself? Sorry, that's 580. You would have been up a point. You know what? It could work on that 5 minute. It really could. It's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes. And it's up 1 point. It works. Just not used to it. You know? There's your 2 minute. There's your 3 minute. Let's see, on a 15 minute, you can see we're in a great position here. The stock is moving nicely. Can't get it back. Where's it going? Come on. But when I'm in a stock and getting it, and there's your pullback. There's your pullback. What's it look like on the 5 minute? It didn't even get to 682. That's it. 682. Sorry. 682. So 5 minute, there's your pullback. It's a big pullback on a 5 minute. It still shows you in an upward movement. So the question is, and it is a little more scarier on this. You might say, oh, there it is. It's at the 13. It's going to pull. Let's see if it holds the 13. But they don't see that. Because when they look at it on the 5 minute, let's see. Oh, shoot. It's moving so quickly. Okay, when you see it on the 5 minute, there's your 13 here. You don't see it on the 5. You see that? You don't see how close you are. So you think you have more room to go. But when you look at it here, keep doing that. Why is it doing? All right. When you see it on the 1 minute, it looks like you're right on the 13. It looks totally different. Watch for the pop break, the $10. LGBN. LGBN. Okay, it's up 20 cents right now. Yeah, wow. It's going to go another whole 2 pennies for breakout over $10. Let's see. Let's see. I used to keep LGB in here. Did I keep it? FG. I took it out. Okay, so we got LGBN. You know what happens, folks? I come in, I'm going to get distracted, and what's going to happen? The other one's going to fly. It's going to fly. So, watch for the pop break of 10. But how much further will it go? The other one's going to pop up. I think the other one is a better deal right now. It's 660, 680. Where's my... Okay. And let's put in LGBN. Take out Blight. LGBN. Okay. And it's at $10 right on the nose. I don't like it. I'm looking at the chart for LGBN, and it's got very, very little volume. I'll pass. I'm going back to BWV. It's at 665, 667. It just hit a low of about 650, 647. That was a buy right there. When it hit that 650 mark. So this is what I use in 1 minute, and I'm new. I look at the 3 and 5, so do I. Yet I keep my scanners on 1 minute. I keep my scanners? Wow. No, I keep my scanners on 5 minutes. I leave my charts on 1 and 3. Scanners, 1 minute's too soon. If you're too much happening in 1 minute. But 1 minute, you can see an alert come up of a stock that just jumps out there. So I can't see doing scanners at 1 minute. But I do watch my scanners on a 5 minute, 1 hour. And I'll see it just as quick as you, but I'll see it more on the bottom of the chart coming up. Let's see. Right now, there's your pullback one more time. The question is it going to hold? This is risky, okay? This is a risky stock. But if you're going to go in right now, would have been the time. When it hits just now, there it is, 46.53. Right now, this is a buying moment if you're going to go long. Okay, 644, 645, you just missed it. Now you're at 659, 654. This stock wants to go, but is this a fake out breakout? You don't know. It's 13 minutes after. So this stock is either going to go for it, and if it does, then the next step up, of course, it's every 25 cents, but if it gets over $7, we'd see if we get to $7.75. But right now, we got to get over $7. Hey, baby girl. Hey, sweetie. I'm live today. I'm not talking to myself. She thinks I'm talking to myself. She's going, my poor owner. I hope he feeds me at 5 o'clock. He's going crazy. He's just sitting there talking to himself. Well, why don't one of you answer so she can hear I'm not alone? Okay. She's been saying she's new for the last 6 months. I want you to know that. And I'm going to have the fortunateness of meeting with changes will come real soon. in about 2.5 weeks. 2 weeks from this Thursday. I have a doctor's appointment that Thursday, but it's Telemundo. It's over the teleconference. It's at 4:45, 4:30, so I'll be fine. The other one, I have to be in Boca Raton at 1:30 on Friday, but we close out at 12, so I'm going to have to run after, unfortunately. It's an important, that one I have to go to. Okay, still holding 658. Like I said, 645 to 650 was the entrance point if you were going to jump in. Just as I said, this is where it's holding. So I believe that this thing could run one more time. OST did fall below my trend line. OST. Is that another one of those? Yep, another one of those. What do you call it? IPOs. These IPOs can make you so much money. They really can. Or they can take all your money. If you get in, when those things open up, if you get in right away, every time, if you just watch for that day, make that your journey, you have that in a chart open, ready. When that thing opens, if you jump in, wow, you can make a lot of money. Whether or not they'll be the good one for the day, you don't know. Nobody knows until it happens. All right, another pullback. It's having a lot of resistance, but the problem is it doesn't have a lot of volume, okay? So if right now, I'm going to go take a quick look at BMV. It's got 670 million as its average with 26 million now. So figure 7 and 27. So 7 and 27, 21. We're almost 3.5 to 4 times the average volume. I like that. I like that. I gotta save something. I like Ben Franklin, so when I see things with Ben Franklin, I like to save them. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's go back to here, get rid of this. Go back. Okay, BMW 652. And anybody wants a good chart for their background, and you like Ben Franklin, there it is. Ben. Okay, so we got another pullback. The question is it going to pick up? We're 17 minutes into the power hour, okay? And the question is whether or not the stock is going to hold, or all of a sudden it's going to, crack. 17 minutes in. It's still trying. I feel like there's not a lot. There's about 80, 90,000 right now on this candlestick. It's like they could be watching you move. It's moving slow. If you look at the time in sales, which I closed here, but if you look at the time in sales, here you go, you'll see that the speed of which they're moving is very slow. And for this second, I'm going to open this up and take that out so we have a little more room. So you can see it's moving. It's got volume. It's about over 100,000 on this one here. It started to pick up now. I don't want to chase it. The question is, does anybody think they can make money on this? You're in BMW at 637. Nice price. Beautiful. Well, you better get out at about 680. There's the 681, 680, but you can't reach it. See? 672. 680 on the sell, I'd be out of there. I would not wait. But you might think it's going places. Let's see. There's your 779. See? It's not that they're scared. They're going to get out. I don't know. I don't see this thing, unless it really pops fast and hard, you better be ready. With these new function buttons, these boxes they have, they can be in and out so quickly, that you could be back starting all over again, kicking yourself. Why did I stay in this thing? I could have made some money. But that's a great price, Adrian. Good for you. So let's see. What time did you get in at 637? Right there. He got in right here. He just got in. Right there. Okay. Good deal. But I'm still telling you, 685. It's going to go quick. I get out. It's not going to go as fast and hard as you think, and then it's going to come all the way back, and you're not going to make money. So today's the kind of day with Fed's meetings that you got to take your profit when you can. How many shares? You hit 683 top several times and dropped it back down. We'll see. And I agree. And that tells you something. It didn't hit 582. 582 is the high. There it is. 589. Goodbye. I would have been out that quick, and it's dumping. You see how fast they get out? I told you, it's hard to get out. It goes over 580, 680. I'm telling you, I would take my profits. You don't have to listen to me. We'll cry together later when you don't get out on time. Ooh, you know what I got? These are really good. They don't, not many calories. They're, I love to eat. These are thin additives. I don't know if you can see this. These are thin additives that they're crunchy. You can dip them in your coffee. They've got raisins and almonds, and they're compressed and they're hard and they're good. Wow. That thing hit 689 and it hasn't been back. You're out? What price? I'm glad you took my advice. What price you out, Adrian? Not going to tell us. Come on. Here it comes. Da-da-da. Drum roll. Excellent. Excellent. That was a great move. I mean, it was impossible to get out that high. It really was. You did good. So you made what, 44 cents? Very good. Great move. I bet you did that in your wife's account, didn't you? Tell the truth. That was your wife's account, not yours. Which account? 220 shares. Good. You made more than I did. I had 500 shares and made 45. You had 220 and did 96. See, I knew I was watching. That's what happens when you're in teaching in a room. You don't always, you miss things. Like, why did I miss it? Because Mel came in and showed us a different stock. And I go to look, and that's when it happens. That's why you need to stay concentrated on what you're doing. And never be influenced. But Mel, the reason that I do check is because Mel knows his stuff, and he's right, and he's good for people who want to make some quick money. It doesn't have to be a lot, but I told you before, you can make $50 to $70 10 times a day and make $600-700 if you're not in PDT. That's nice, small scalp, $90-something. That's beautiful. You do 3-4 of that a day. Listen, you do 3 of those a day. You make $250 to $300 a day. That's almost $1,400-1,500 a week. Most people work and don't make half that. Some people work and don't make a quarter of that. Oh, these are good. You might get one more shot at this. We're watching it. $6.89. I think it wants to go, but the problem is, and why I don't want to jump in, is because when it moves too quickly when it gets out, when it hits that number. Let me tell you something. Yvonne Beachy says, confidence is not I will profit on this trade. Confidence is I will be fine. And if I don't profit from, even if I don't profit from this trade. And that's what you have to learn to tell yourself, whether you win or you lose. And I'm at that point now. I lost this morning, and I said, you know what, I'm okay. My account is in good standing. I made more than that yesterday. It happens. It doesn't matter. It's what happens at the end of the week. Where we all end up at that end of the week. It's week by week by week by week. One more. This is so good. It's having a rough time. You hit a new high of the day. Did anybody buy the shorts? I know they were expensive. Short this at 210 level. Okay. KXRTX. Okay, let me just see something real quick. Okay, what do I got? XRTX. Okay, and we look at XRTX. None to buy. I can't short it. Because today all I have is my, account open. I don't have my TZ account. I can't short this. But for some of you, XRTX is probably a pump and dump. And let's see real quick. It's up 70-80 cents. It's got 11 million float, and it has 8 hours ago. This stock did have news. It was a clinical trial, but it's only in the study of part 1. All right, and studies that are in part 1 usually go up. If nothing else was happening today, XRTX would have punched out 8 hours ago. So they'll go up, and then they'll come down to a certain position because it's only the first part of a study. But this is a stock that doesn't get much more than 100,000 shares traded, and right now it's up to 1.2, so it's got 10 times its average volume. The question is, was it 8 hours ago that it had most of the volume, or was it in the last hour or so? I don't know that. Well, you do know. You can look at I don't have the chart up because I don't want to change this right now. I'm watching the stock to see what it does. Before, I called 645 as a pullback on this stock. But that was before. So he might be right. I think it might even go lower than that. There's a chance this stock can pull back and start reversing. I see a head and shoulders on a 1 minute. So if you look over here, you've got a small head and shoulder here, here, and now here. I don't know what it looks like if I go to, let's say, a 2 or 3 minute. Let's see. So it's not well defined, but there is like a head in the beginning of another one. Don't know. You really can't tell yet. That's why it's good to change it up and see what we're looking at. But it's not holding. If this right now, we are still bullish above the VWAP, but we are bearish below the 13 EMA right there. It's amazing how I got my voice back. It just comes and it goes. Terrible thing. I gotta be careful and watch that. I think them come back one day and say you got throat cancer. Listen, you don't need to trade often. If you can catch 1 or 2 moves to the targets during the day with a good size, you can. Okay. Don't blindly follow someone. Follow the market and try to hear what it's telling you. And that's what I've been saying to you. Follow the market. Follow the algorithm of that particular stock. If you can feel a part of it, you can make money in either direction. I don't know, whoever blew is on your end, so my volumes are all nobody's blowing anything. Okay, so losses are necessary as long as they're associated with a technique to help you to learn from them. So don't let a loss go unfounded. Make sure that you learn from that loss and figure out what you did, all right, that you lost the money. If it goes more than 246 on XRTX, level will be best short. So those who are watching that have, how much of the shorts, Mel, and is that on E-Trade that you have them? Throughout this is on from the professor. He says throughout his career, he's continually witnessed examples of other people that have known being ruined by a failure, but to respect the risk. What do I keep saying to you? Reduce your risk. Watch your risk. Get out. If you get out with less than $100 loss, that's a win. If you get out with more than $100 loss, it's a loss. And there it is, pulling back. There's your 635, 630 right there. I think investment psychology is by far the more important element, and there are books on that. There are books out there that you can read. Financial analysis may have something in there, but there are books on learning the what do you call it? And there's the crack, folks. There it is, right there. And that's why I try to tell you, don't chase this, because it comes a point of no return until tomorrow. So this thing goes low enough. Again, it is an IPO. So if it went low enough and you were willing and you wanted to hold it, it might
continue tomorrow. But with this much of a lost depth to go, I feel better shorting this than I would. And here's your old support right here at about 575, 580. Okay, let's see, right there, about 6. So between 590 is $6. You know what? And here, see where it struggled? 570, 575. And here's your old support, which is down 445. You got to be careful because there's not many support lines in between. You can see all these different points right here. 622. Then it comes up here 608. 596. Might be a good resting place. So anywhere between 575 and 595. You got to be careful. All right, and you never know. The stock could, like it just did, bounce right back up. So again, if you just gotten in at 604, 612, 610, somewhere 608, that was a good one. That was a good bounce play. This stock's not done, but be careful for fast dropouts. You got to look how many shares were just dropped out. If you look at this thing here, you can see right here you had 78,000 and 280. It's 350,000. And then here the buyback, 350. Look at this. Here and here is 350. Here is 350. So I'm trying to tell you, there's one person who can manipulate this. And what did I tell you the other day? And you may laugh at me. Yeah, market manipulation. Is there really a such thing? Okay, is there such a thing? Let's see. I'm going to give you all something, a little homework to read up on, okay? And you can go here and see if it'll open for you. Go there, and you'll see if you open this up, there you go. There's a whole pamphlet on Market Maker's Method of Stock Manipulation. It was written in the summer of 2003. See, I thought about this the other day, and I just made up a term in my head, and then I said, wow, look at that, 697. There it is, wow. Don't chase it now, but look at that. We knew it was going to happen. See? Shouldn't have listened to me over there at, what's the name? Should have held a little longer. Would have made. But you see how fast it came back down? You still wouldn't have got out. There's a 680. No matter how high it hit, you couldn't get out. You couldn't get out above 680. And it's still holding 681. That's where he got out. So the same resistance and support level as before. When it topped up, it's doing. There's 85. 85. This thing wants to go over. That's too bad. That was some pullback. You could have made a lot of money. I could have made all my losses of the day back. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. How many people coulda, woulda, shoulda? How many people trust this thing to do it one more time? Who sees the pullback coming one more time? How many people are here? Changes, are you here? What do you see? It's scary. You see, and if you look at this in 1 minute, right? Now look at it in a 5 minute. It's totally different. See? And that's why you don't know that this is going to happen. You don't see any build up to it. But when you see it on 1 minute, you can see boom, boom. Then there's the closure. And then instead of just coming back slightly on one green, it just boom. It was a reversal because whoever sold out here and here bought it all back in here. One person. That's market manipulation. And if you don't believe that, well, then you shouldn't be trading. Be ready to enter now. That candle shows strength. Absolutely. But again, that's market manipulation. Was that you, Mel? Did you do that? Are you trading this stock? That was a lot of shares. Like I just told you, that was 350,000 shares. Okay, you take 350,000 shares. Right now, that's 350, 1, 2, 3, times how much? That was $6, and let's say average 50 cents a share. That was $2.2 million right there. I know, woulda, coulda, shoulda, and it was moving so fast I didn't push the button. They were glued. No, I'm not trading, looking to enter long side. Well, let's see, what price? There's the pullback again. What price? What price are you willing to risk this? It's already 334 in the market. I think it's going to go one more time, but will it go one? There it is. There it is. Who's going to take a risk at this now? Who's going to risk this now? This thing could fly up really like quickly to about, you know. Let's see what happens. All right. What's going to happen? I'm going to lose my money. I don't like it. It wants to push. It wants to pump. I don't have the patience. It can drop so fast too. It's just a very, very scary. There's all my $54 profits gone. What's going to happen? Come on. It wants to push. You just never know what's going to happen. That's the problem. You just never know. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby. You can do it. Missed it while typing. Yeah, well, you should have buttons for that. Come on. Go for it. Everybody wants to see it. No, it's amazing. Don't know what's going to happen here. I don't like being on that 5 minute too. I can't watch this. One. Okay. I'm losing out. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Go for it. Go, go, go. I cost average down, which is very dangerous to get back into my position there. At this point, I just like to get my money back. I don't know if that's going to happen either. I'm losing even more and making a miserable day of it. You see? Just got to be careful because you don't know what's going to happen. This could dump down really quick and then come back really quick. Just don't know. IPOs are that way. And though this is not very big in size, I think as far as the float, it puts us in a very tricky, risky position here. Come on. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. Another bad day for me. I'm in trouble. I can't sit there and play a game of what do you call it? I'm taking too big a loss. I know it'll come back, but the thing is, it's just too risky and I cannot leave my account under a certain amount. Something's wrong here. There's something wrong. I gotta get out. This is wrong. I'm in a position somewhere else that I don't know about. There is something wrong here. Oh my Lord. No. 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 How is this possible? No. Oh my gosh. This thing changed on me. It got me scared. I was missing $2,000 for a second in my account. I swear to you, it said $4,000 less than I have. It was gone. That's why it got me nervous, so I got out. It wasn't there. Holy cow. That was something else. That was so scary. $4,000. I thought it was in a position somewhere else. I'm not seeing things. I know what my account just said. That is so weird. I took another loss for the day because of it. I'm going to call the company. I should have quit. I should have quit. That was the scariest thing. $4,000 was just missing in my account. And after I got out of this transaction, which wasn't that much, it came back. That is weird. That was going to happen. 60, 67, 27. See, I did the right thing. I got out at 25 cents less. See, this is a total gamble. It's a total gamble. Sometimes you make it, and sometimes you don't. You see, it's not what we do once in a while that shapes our lives. It's what we do consistently. And I did the right thing. When they hit a certain point, even though I thought it was going to go, you need to get out. No matter what, you need to take that. And I was in a double position, so I took double the loss. E.T. played tricks. 3 to 5 seconds one time. I said, yeah, I'm telling you, I was down. I shouldn't be down. It should never have showed me that, no matter how much, That was really weird. $4,000 was missing just now. And it can't be the amount that was down in the stock because I wasn't down that much. 200. That was amazing. So that was a $250 bad trade. And it happens. ITP, someone just alerted me. Anybody see ITP today? Anything else running? I don't see anything. No, ITP's not running. When did he send that to me? That could have been earlier. Okay. I lost my butt skids today. That's sad. I should have left it alone. I was leaving it alone. Balls breakout. That's right. That's exactly what happened. And it got me. So I lost another $200. I was hoping it would break out, and I was in it at a decent price too. That's why I never like to do that. That was a bad move. Never buy the breakout. I tell you the right things, then I did the wrong thing. But it's okay. You know what? It's not the end of the world. It's not going to change my life. That's a beautiful thing. It's not going to change my life. Okay. It's one less meal I'm going to eat. Six. All right. I need one good one. I need one good one. Come on, Mel. Give me one good one I can make some money. We all can make some money. We need one good one. What's going on the other end here? Anything? Deck never came back. It's so different with Deck leaving every day like he's doing and not coming back at the times he used to. It's just like changing everything. Wants to depend on what we're doing here. I just don't, I don't get it.
So it would have been XRTX short around that too.
Okay, who else is in here? Oh, shoot. Who is this guy? AK, Deckmore, Batman. It's the four. Wow. It's the four of us. That's good. And thank you for those that did subscribe and brought me back to a normal position here. Okay. Boy, this thing, I don't know. Matt, any ideas? After Hours should have some AMD earnings today. Wow, there's still some left. AMD, I would speculate on going up, not down. What do you think? It's a good company. AMD is a good company. All right, I'm going to put that out of there. Let's see. AMD.
AMD is not that expensive either, I don't think. AMD is now $90 a share. AMD, I think I already had it in here. AMD. Let's take a quick look. AMD has been in right there in the green. It's easy to borrow, so you can actually short AMD. Just for real quick, I want to move over for a second. AMD has been dropping. Watch it go forward and hit over 100 today. That would be nice. AMD. I'll go back to BMD. All right. There's nothing really happening in any of these stocks out there. Easy to read books when you're laying on the beach 14 days a month. Okay. That's what someone just wrote to someone else. All right. Look at this thing. 712 could be a high of the day, folks. It could be a high of the day. It's an even number. It struggled to get there. It got there fast, and that's it. And it came down. It's quick. It's like nobody trusts today to, And it's like, I'm telling you, it's like somebody's they're watching when something pulls in that they don't recognize and shares are being pulled from them. They know. I wonder if they have an app with counters. They got to, You're selling off. It shows you how many in, how many out. I think it is. Some of the level up, level down. I don't have it. That's the problem. I can't see that stuff. It's in level 2. Free short on all brokers. All brokers. Yeah, that kind of a stone. You going to short it, Mel? Which way you think you're going to go? The problem is by the time you get the real news, it's gonna be too late. So you got to speculate where you think it's going to go. Where's AMD been over the last couple of quarters? Okay. So if you look at AMD, let's see, let's put it up here. Let's see, this one, there. AMD. 1, 2, 3, 4 quarters has been green. The last 4 quarters, it has beat the averages. So the question is, do you still think that this is going to beat the averages? After the earning, there's no gambling. No, you already know, but it's too late to make the big money. But you know what? If you get it now at $90 and this thing goes up real quick, you could make some real money. The question is, if it doesn't, look at the way it goes up and down this stock. It's amazing. You see the movement on this thing. So it went from 90.50. It looks like so much more than it is. To 91. Yeah, it moved $1.50, $2. This stuff can move. Let's face it, every one of us that trades AMD, every one of that trades, we have AMD is in 50% of most computers. It's out there. It's happening. It's useful. We can't live without it. AMD to me, I always think of it for gamers and speed. I use Intel, but AMD, I used to have a few computers with AMD chips. They were always quick. This thing doesn't want to go. It took my money. So, you got to learn to take losses. The most important thing in making money is not letting your losses get you out of hand. Don't let your losses get out of hand. Okay? I've heard through the years that after a good run of profits in the markets, it's very important to take a few days off. Make it a reward. The natural tendency is to keep pushing it till the streak ends, but experience has taught that the rest in the middle of the streak can often extend it. That makes a lot of sense. If this business, if you're good, you're right 6 times out of 10, you're never going to be right 9 times out of 10. It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. If you think about that, you'll do things differently. And I love, Warren Buffett says, if you personalize losses, then you can't trade. You cannot personalize a loss. You just have to move on. You really do. Yeah, see, I lost my time in the past like that. It's easier to wait the news and jump in long or short after the news. So the question is, are you going to jump in before? After the earnings, there's no gambling. But how far it's going to go? You're going to miss the whole move. So you're just looking for a little bit off the top. Oh, the name of the book is, I took this from, hold it, dropped all the papers. Yeah, they were attached. Oh, it's so nice to stand up in a walk. It's from The Professor. You see this? Let's see. It's How to Be a Consistent Trader. Okay. You might have seen it. How to Be a Consistent Trader. I just pulled out a few pages and I ran it off on my printer so I could read it instead of reading it from the computer. How to Be a Consistent Trader. If you personalize losses, you can't trade. I'm always thinking about losing money as opposed to making money. Don't focus on making money. Focus on protecting what you have. You will never find fulfillment trading the markets if you don't learn to appreciate and be satisfied with what you already have. Markets change their behavior faster than people can change their minds. That is why intraday trading is so difficult. Nobody knows who said it. All right? And tomorrow, since we're going to go a little further, I'm going to go over some stuff. It's 20 thoughts your mind has before, during, and after a trade. Really important stuff because it has a lot to do with the psychological, and we can talk about some of it if you want, but tomorrow is another day. So, your reality is created by you. You decide how the candles make you feel. You hold the power. That, a lot of times we say, wow, right now the longs hold the candles. And right now the shorts are in charge. Well, right now you're in charge. It's how it makes you feel that can make you or break you. All right? And we're going to leave it there for right now, since we're almost at the end of the day. The fest will be, yes, he will be in Florida. Maybe he will bring, I'm sure he will. I'm sure he will be selling some of his books and autographing them. Adrian actually got this particular book. Read what he's saying to you, because he sent him a free copy. I will send you changes. I can give you the ebook. I already gave it to you, actually. I just posted it a few minutes ago. So this was that the right one that I posted? Let me go back. Here it is. What was this? Copy. Let me see. Oh no, that was something different. I do have it. Let me just see if I can find it real quick. Let me open. Let me just see. I don't think I have it there. I think. Let me just see real quick. How to be consistent. Oh no, I put it in a PDF. That's the problem. Okay, I need your. I'll get it to you later. I have a PDF I can send, but it has to be sent as an email, and it's the whole book. There you go. Send Adrian will do it. Just send him a copy. He did to me, and I did. Sent you my Adrian. There you go. Yeah, I'll let Adrian do it instead of me. I could have done it. It's a good book. You read a little bit each day. It's a good thing. And anything you better yourself when it comes to trading. It makes you smarter. I told you before. Let's see, copy. Let's see if this works real quick. Here's another thing I told you with the options. You can go to this here. It'll open up a page in Thinkorswim in the back. There's a whole options class and different things on trading, stock, single options, option strategies, futures. You pick the course you want. And like I told you all, the more lessons you read and take in Tradecaster, the more points you get. It's not that they're giving out prizes, but later on you may want to do things with your account. They look at those things and say, you know what, this is a person who's trying to better themselves and learn more about what they're doing. So they're probably going to be a better trader and they're more trustworthy with the money. So, man, I should have left it alone. What's wrong with me? It's no big deal. It is what it is. It is what it is. 3:53. And Mel, you're going to be in Deck's room after, right? When are we going to get you your own room? So you can set it up. I'll help you to set it up with OBS. We'll set you up with your own live stream. And you can actually do this in your own room. After hours with Mel's Garage. After 4 o'clock. Huh? Any interest? Mel? So at 4 p.m., folks, at 4 p.m. at Deck's room with Mel at Mel's Garage. Be there. Okay? I'm probably going to close this room down, and I'll probably move over to Deck's room myself. So, 4 p.m. at Deck's room with Mel at Mel's Garage. In case you're wondering, I made that up. You should get a 10 high res cam. I have a huge screen and I want to see more in focus. You know, Neuron, I'm not trying to push me as much as I'm trying to say I'm here, you know, and I'm pushing what I'm doing. I can actually go into OBS right now, and if I want, I can change me around in direction. I can put me somewhere else, right? I can, hold on, where's it go? All right, here we go. I can make myself a lot larger if I want to, you know. I kept the room dark purposely. I opened up the green thing and I just made everything lower. It needs some adjustment. So, you cut it out. So, like I just showed you, you can make it bigger, you can make it smaller. I'm not trying to promote me in any way, shape, or form. You know, it's not what I'm here for. I'm just trying to do my thing. And, there you go. I can make that darker or lighter. There's ways to go into OBS, and I can change the, let's see if this will work. That's not it. I have to open it up. There's a control for the video capture, and you can make it lighter, you can make it darker. Maybe it was in settings. You have to go into studio mode. Yeah, I have to be in studio mode, and then you can go into settings. Somewhere in here, there's video, audio. Let's see, video. Where was it? I think it was something to do with setup. Was it video? No. Advanced. I forgot. I did it the other day. I was playing with the whole situation, but it's not a big deal to me. You know, I'm not trying to, like I said, I'm not trying to promote me more or put me out there so you can, you know, see me or see the room. It's not about me. It's just that you know that I'm really there live and it's not a video that's going on. I'm doing it more or less to just get the point out of what we're trying to do here. You know, Deck likes to do that. He's in there, like, you got to do the funny things, and they got to come into the camera for you. You know, that's all cute. It's all fine. It's just not what I'm trying to do. I'm really here. And 3:57, we're almost there. It's a good thing I didn't jump back in, and I got out when I did. So I took a loss, 202. I lost for the day today. I made it even worse when I had made it a little better, and the fact is I should have stayed out. I got in too late. Some of the problems with live streaming is you can get caught up and not know what you're doing and lose your spot and then miss out on a lot of deals. People think live streaming is the greatest thing, but if you're doing trading and you're here purposely just to make money, you know, it is the res with lower res. Whenever you stream get blurrier, the bigger the screen you have. It was a big, just have no worries, man. No, I know that. I can make it clearer. There's different buttons there. I can make it a little clearer, make my tan a little less, or change it. I hit one button a little too far, but I'll have to work on that. I can do that when I'm not in the room. We'll see about tomorrow. I was really trying to make a blackout. That's what I wanted to do. I need a little help. Somebody was going to help me. I want to black out the whole background so you can't see the room and all you see me with with no backdrop. You know, that's what I'm really trying to do. And then I can make myself stand out better. So that's pretty much it. I think we're almost there. You know, we got the end of the day. Wow, we all made it safely. That's a great thing, you know. So, closing bell will be in 1 minute. We will close out together. I don't do Yahoo, and I don't do Bangarang, and I don't do any of that silly, stupid stuff. Sorry. If you want that, you gotta go to 8K's room, and you gotta go to you know, it's just not my thing. It's like, how do you know, how do you sit there and become a professional, and then at the end of the thing, you're just screaming to a microphone to impress who? Or is that the way to let the dogs know that they're going to take the dogs out, right? Roof, roof, take the dogs out. You ever see when he does that? He goes, bang-a-rang! And then the dogs start backing in the background. My cat's looking at me like I'm freaking crazy. She is here right now. I don't know if you can see her. Let's see if I put this down a little. And I put my hand right here. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, my baby. Let's see. Wait for the video to change. Watch. See the cat sitting back there? She's just watching. And there's the bell. So, with that, folks, we'll see you over at Deck's room. I'm going to pause the stream, and I will talk to you over there. Any questions, you can still put it on the board. Mm-hmm.